Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I hope everyone is doing well. Welcome in. We're starting a little bit early today for the
European
league.
Champion, so I'm not one of the bottle. I think I'm a special one.
I might be a special one if the conditions for being special is to be just outside the relegation zone in a PvP against 19 other creators. I can do maths in my head. Honest, how is everyone this wonderful, wonderful Wednesday? It's sunny outside, but it's not too warm here in the
Champions League, man.
That was my next question.
Dilly dong, come on.
Dilly ding, dilly dong. Indeed. Yeah, it's lovely. It's a wonderful day. We've got some amazing people in already. We've got the glorious Blue Lions. We've got the amazing Mr. Grizzly P. We've got nickname 123321, which is still the most satisfying name to say. There is something about just going 123321. I don't know why it fills me with such joy. Welcome in. We've got Zerachul. We've got Isabel. We've got Cultured Left Foot. Lord Emperor Artier is here as well. Space Puffin's in. Isabel's, you're in over on Twitch now as well. Marvellous to see. Mr. Momo Man's in. Willems is in. Caffeine's in. GNG's here. Backing the Blues as well. It is lovely, lovely to see you all. I really appreciate for dropping by. Medical
Honestly,
Carl's in as well.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
I would love it if we beat them. Let's head on over to the game and kind of give us a little bit of a rundown of whereabouts we actually are. So we finished off 15 games into the league so far. We have just come off the backside of a 4-run losing streak. We lost at home 3-2 to Manny and Do Rags to Riches. They went 2-0 up. We pegged them back to 2-2, and within 2 minutes of us equalising, Ivan Tony dashed my dreams, and that dropped us down to 15th. And 15th is sensational. My aim is for us to finish 17th or higher. We are 2 places above that, so I am in very good spirits. We've got a shit team and we're proud of it. We have though some interesting games coming up this evening. We've got the 4 remaining games of the first half of the season. That's against Kurt 0411. We've then got Zims Moolah, followed by Big Robbo, and then our last game of that first half is up against Kev and a Lujo. And then we hit the other side. It's the second half of the season. We've got the Gooners, which is Mackwell, who is not going to be Mackwell tonight. Instead of Mackwell, it is a very early rising Brazilian Fury, who is going to step in as Mackwell can't make it. So a good chance to have a little bit of a battle against him as well. So let's see if I can catch up with some of the chat, the things you mentioned. I do apologise. Mr. Momoman has faith that we're going to hit the top 8. So the way this works, if this is your first time in on these streams, is we will be playing a full season, so 38 games. At the end of those 38 games, the top 8 go into a playoff system to be crowned the champion. There isn't any like big prize at the end of it other than bragging rights. So a top 8 finish would get us into the playoffs. Probably not what we're going to be aiming for, let's be honest. We'd love to get there. We hope we can get there. And, you know, there is currently only 6 points between us and Zealand in 8th. I mean, Zealand's joint 7th with Tom FM's Lincoln Athletic and Lujo. Up top, we have Clates absolutely running away with it. Stands as in 2nd, followed by Work the Space. Some big names up the top there. Absolutely incredible stuff. Welcome in by the Caffeine. I didn't think I said hello to you either. I do apologise there. It's an early stream. You're still at work. It's not fair. I know. So backing the Blues, obviously with coordinating a big group of creators, some of them have some specific things planned for the Club World Cup this evening. So we've started a little bit early so that our 4-hour session will finish in time for the Club World Cup game later on this evening. So we will be finishing up, I imagine, shortly before 8 p.m. British summertime. 9 p.m. Central European summertime, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Pacific summertime. I don't know, whatever the East Coast of America is. I know there's 5 hours difference, and that's about it. So Mr. Grizzly P didn't win the league as they did in real life with your Blackburn 95 save, but won both domestic cups. That's not bad. Maybe that is the path for a more sustainable route forwards for Blackburn as well. So Culture Left Foot is tired as it's the end of the day here in Singapore, but excited to see the stream live. Well, hopefully we'll be able to We will be starting at 4 p.m. here, so in about 8 minutes for the first set of games. So hopefully we'll be able to squeeze in a few before it gets too late. And what did I miss there? Oh, Isabel's, bless you. Bless you, that is very kind. If you renew 29 hydrates in a row, what happens? You waterboard me, I believe. I drink a lot of fizzy pop. I don't know how hydrating that'll be, but go for it. That'd be amazing. Welcome in, Shabanak. Welcome in, Bishop, as well. Lovely to see you, my guys. Thank you very much for the follow as well. LSD in your coffee. I have a feeling I might need to be adding LSD to my coffee to get through the rest of this season. It's going to be a lot of defeats. So for those that haven't seen it before, let's introduce you to the squad. The way this worked was we did a draft a few weeks ago. I was not part of the competition at that point. I was drafted in right at the last moment to fill in for RDF. RDF wasn't able to make the draft, so I was going to do his draft for him. And I created a nice big short list of players that could win headers, because he said he wanted big meaty boys. And then at 6 p.m, just as the draft was about to start, as Zealand offered me a spot in the league proper, and I had no plans. So we've got a pretty rubbish squad, and I love it. In goal, we have Diogo Costa. The Porto goalkeeper is absolute arse. He has played for us 3 games and conceded 16 goals. Well, he's played 3.5 games. We subbed him off at half time in one of the games. He has been truly atrocious. Our backup is Bento. Bento is now our starting goalkeeper. He's conceded 21 goals in 10 games, which is not great, but still better than what we expected. And then we've got Sergio Roche. We gave him a game. He's only conceded 1 in 3 appearances, so we should probably think about playing him once again, because actually that's not too bad. So he's probably going to be our starter from tonight on. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Willems, minus 8.5 XGP. It's ridiculous. Absolutely obscene. Diogo Costa has been... everything is bad. Jonathan Tah is our star defender. He's the player that is meant to be really good in the air. He's 11 Calippo's tall. He's winning 75% of his tackles, but only 69% of his headers. It's not going all too well, but he has got a goal for us. We have another big boy in defence. We have Isaac Toure. He cost us £500,000. He's 5 Konyon C100F boomboxes tall, or 6'8". He has jumping reach of 20, which is quite crazy. He also can't tackle, he can't mark, he can't pass, his positioning is questionable, his anticipation, his concentration, his decisions aren't great, but he's been one of our better defenders. 83% tackle win rate, 77% header win rate. He is actually a starter in our lineup. Our wing-backs have been absolutely awful. Matias Oliveira is meant to be our starting left wing-back. He is as tall as 1/10 of the triple jump world record. He currently sits on an average rating of 6.8. He has improved, finished with 3 assists at this point. But otherwise, he's been a little bit of a disappointment. In midfield, we have our key player, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, who's got 2 goals and 2 assists, coming from deep. He is our all-action midfielder. He's been pretty damn solid for us. And then we have... Is he down as a... No, he's there. Thomas Muller. He's also had 2 goals. He scored both those goals playing as a defensive midfielder, which is a little bit crazy. We chucked him in as a volante after we'd made a load of substitutions and we needed to adjust in a game that we lost 6-5 against Work the Space. Absolute mayhem. It was a great game. Thomas Muller scored a couple of goals. He's been a little bit rubbish. So other than that, but we'll live with that. We will live with that. We also have up front, Osman's been okay, but our main player has been Giovanni Simeone. 7 goals in 14 appearances from 4.97 XG. He's been really prolific and kind of earned a starting spot himself, which is incredible. Height, he is as tall as 1.5 whatever model of Ferraris that is, or 1.5 penis enlargements. So next few games are easy. I like your optimism. Welcome in as well, Scoutman guy. Let's go. You expect a title challenge? Well, I do apologise to let you down. Let's be realistic. Let's ruin everyone's fun by winning it all. It's an afternoon of vinegar strokes. Anything is possible. It is indeed. It is indeed. So, Mr. Grizzly P, you've just signed Zidane at Blackburn. That's incredible. After you sold Tim Sherwood, of course. Naturally. Sinister's in as well. Welcome in, my dude. As is Hunger Min. Lovely to see. Your Tranmere Rovers save went to shit. Not so lovely to see. That's a shame. That is a shame. So Isabel's put Bento in a team. Never heard of him. He's pretty good. Bento's been pretty solid for us. I think, though, Roche may end up being our starter. We are expecting the first set of games to happen in a few moments. So I will just see... No, nothing in the chat there. Let's have a look at what we're expecting from Kurt04. Kurt04 is expected to play... Oh, Tactics Senior Squad. A former 424. A former 424. So let me go over to my lovely little spreadsheets in the background here. I can actually pop on over this way. I have a whole load of information. I want to see what formation worked well away from home against a 424. And for us, that's the middle one here. So Mr. McGiblets 433. Shiva 442. Let's see if I can reduce that down. That makes it easier. Shiva 442, Pocket Dogs 442, Pocket Dogs 433. So we'll probably load in those. We'll load in the Shiva, we'll load in Pocket Dogs, we'll load in McGiblets as well. So all of these are different sets of tactical instructions because there's no tactical familiarity. So if something's not working, we just change to another one. We change as many times throughout the course of a game as we... Oh, Pocket Dogs is already loaded in, as is Shiva Bowl. That's perfect. So let's load in McGiblets 433. So we will chop and change, and we will see, you know, if the first 10-15 minutes are going badly, we just swap to another, swap to another, swap to another, until hopefully we land on something that kind of works okay. And we'll probably start with the 442, because if we've got two 442 variants, one is a 4222, then kind of it's going to be similar-esque players in those roles. So we would probably go with Kulu up front, with Simeone starting ahead of Osman. But I think we put Osman in this role, so that if we play with if we switch to the 4-2-2, we put Kulu in attacking midfield, and we put this player in attacking midfield as well. And this is going to be Daramy. We found that Maserati has, generally speaking, did better in our tests, but I'm going to start with Cristante. I'm going to partner him up with Loftus-Cheek. At right back, we will go with Simicon. At left back, we will go with Pablo Marie. Then Tar and Torres. That's a 4 centre-back setup at the back there, because we expect to be under a lot of pressure. And we're going to give Roche the start there. So bench is Bento. We've got loads of centre-backs, so we'll put a full-back on the bench. Defensive midfielder that runs, attacking midfielder, striker, and a wild card will be Muller. So okay, we should be pretty set for when the first game goes, which is nice. We can kind of relax from there on there. A proper legend goalkeeping. It's shocking, wasn't it? Absolutely shocking from Diego Costa. Never again will he get a start for me in any FM from here on in. So Showerlander, welcome in. Lovely to see you, my dude. So Isabel's, when we were drafting, we didn't have attributes hidden, just to be clear, but we were basing all our drafts on header win rate. So I wasn't really paying attention to the attributes. But yeah, like everything has been based purely on header win rate, which is why our midfield is a little bit on the slow side. So I expected our midfield was going to be Al Maserati, who has okay acceleration and pace. It's somewhere between 8 and 12, I think. And the same situation goes with Cristante, who is down here. So we've got two very, very slow defensive midfielders. They were meant to be our double pivot for when we played with it, but I can't really play both of them because that just exposes us. These skins are available on the Patreon. Right? So Space Puffin, this skin is indeed available on the Patreon. It is, however, only for draft mode. So when you pop in here, you will see in draft mode, you only get a limited option. Now, there are none of my other skins here because you have to specifically define the skin as a draft mode skin, which then grabs some stuff from the console version of the game to inform it. So they are available through Patreon. You'll then get access to all the like non-public skins that I have. but this one in particular will only work for draft mode. So Alfie, the new screen's looking insanely good. No need to apologise for not being around. Lovely to see you in, my dude. I hope you're doing well. They are based on the screenshots from FM25. Blue Lions, Leon have been unrelegated, indeed. Thank you very much for the hydrate backing the Blues. And I kind of feel a little sad about that, because what's the point in rules and punishment if you can get away with it? Let Crystal Palace into Europe, let some other French teams up into the top division. I mean, Lyon aren't going to be winning the league anytime soon anyway, so it's all right. It's all right. So 1.5 what enlargements? You've either employed a minion or someone paid for a very, very big member. He is as tall as 1.5 Ferrari. I don't know what models it was exactly. So as well, so yeah, if you're playing against Greenwood, you've got to tackle as hard as possible and take no prisoners. Absolutely. I've been informed that was an auto pick by the draft. So I'm not necessarily going to consider that was a deliberate choice by Kurt. However, if he's in the starting lineup, then he is absolutely going to be tackled hard. And possibly willing to throw the entire game to have every single player mark him and tackle him hard. I think there is no shame in that whatsoever. Glad nobody's drafted party, brackets allegedly. It's important to have those. No, we don't need the brackets anymore. He's no longer unnamed footballer. Jesus Christ. So Mr. Mo, yeah, sorry, we did read that. Showlander, this is the way. Exactly it is. You take such a fun approach to this. I strongly believe you and RDF would make the most unstoppable team. RDF as manager and you as DOF. That could be fun. That could be fun at all. Have you seen that RDF started a new save yesterday, where he is doing the DOF making the decisions, which is really, really fun. They signed Neymar at Monaco for him, which is really, really awesome. But he's been talking about how actually he really enjoys the giving responsibility to the DOF now that he's put it in practice and actually seeing the deals that they're pulling through and accepting some of the cases that means that some bids will fall through. It's really, really fun. Good stuff. He was on this morning, so I have a feeling he might be on he tends to be on during the early mornings if you hadn't catched it. Definitely worth popping on there. So let's, in fact, I mean, not that anyone needs to know who RDF is, but if you go give him a little follow there, absolutely incredible. Just such a wonderful energy to his streams. I absolutely love Aaron. So worth popping along. Data, so Kurt has a new back three tactic with wing backs. Marvellous. If that's the case, then I do have 3-4-3 is a formation I really struggle with away from home, but the McGiblets 4-3-3 is generally speaking a decent counter to it, as is the Vinegar Strokes 3-4-3. So if we see that he ends up with a back three, we might have something that we can run with. I say generally okay. In my tests, it had a 30% win rate. That's not good. So we still expect to lose, to be fair. RDF coach and Muster DF will steamroll the AI. I mean, most of us can steamroll the AI, to be fair. So he has a defensive midfielder Volante and a higher midfielder on Mazzala, a central three up front. That's what I've seen from the industry. The central three up front. Everyone has been, apparently I've been told that everyone is using the three strikers up front, and it's really overwhelming defenses. So we're not going to be doing that. One of the things over here is we try not to exploit any of the overpowered elements, and we're going to try and look to counter that as much as we possibly can. Potentially that's going to be a very, very tough time. Most of my tests against three strikers in the striker position formations have gone horribly badly. So we might be in for a long time, but that's all right. That's absolutely all right. That's part of the challenge. Part of the fun is to see if we can find ways to maybe not counter consistently, but shithouse 1 or 2 wins, right? So it's not a Testarossa. It's something like a F800 or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was though, unfortunately. Let's just check the chats here, see what we've got going on. We've got a message asking people to continue. That's no surprise there. So just waiting on a couple of people, which is cool. Shalander, did Jose send you? I'm getting very spy scouty vibes here. It does feel that way, doesn't it? Sergio Ramos wasn't available, I don't think. Oh, actually might have been. Because he would have been at Sevilla at the beginning of the game, wouldn't he? I don't know. Let's see if we can see anything maybe from player detail. If he has played, I would be guessing to look at yellow cards and red cards. If he's playing regularly, he's not on the yellow card list yet, or the red card list. So he can't have been drafted. He only needs one game to pick up like 7 yellow cards, right? There isn't, I don't think, an easy way to, or a quick way to look through all the squads. So I will have a little scan through one by one. Not with Arturay. No defenders at all for Stokes with his goggles 11. Tom FM does not. Oh, well, actually, that could go over another lower row. Down there was Esri Konza. Do we have any Sergio Ramos with the Lujo? We don't. How about Munu? Munu did sign some interesting defenders. Diego Carlos, shocking. And naturally, he played well against me. Right, I've got nothing with Mula Gang, but we do need to push forwards on these. That's on the continue. That's there. No Sergio there. No Sergio for me, obviously. None for Kurt. How about Omega Luke? Sadly not. RDF. He got an auto draft because I betrayed him. He got an auto draft team, and he is doing absolute wonders with the squad. Had a pretty rotten first day, but last week an absolutely brilliant session, and he's climbing up that table as you would expect. The Gooners. Now Mackwell feels like the kind of person who might take Sergio Ramos. He sadly hasn't. Nick RTFM does not have Sergio. It looks like it's looking increasingly like no Sergio Ramos has made the grade. We don't have him with stands. Work the space. Surely that's... Oh, Zealand's going to be the last alphabetically, of course. No for work the space. No for Zealand. And then we come round because we didn't start alphabetically there. Not with Robbo. Pop through that lovely little bit there. So where were we? We were big Robbo last. Crew was our very first game of the tournament, and he absolutely destroyed us. 5-1. It was a rout. Manny only has 6 defenders. Crazy. And then we're back round to Clates. No, we haven't seen Clates before, have we? Yes, we have, because I remember seeing Arthur Rays there. So let's see. Very Chelsea-esque with the DOF controlling stuff. Very true. Siddhartha, you just came here, watch Kurt stream, and if he finishes last, he goes bald. So I thought I'd let you know. I mean, Kurt's not going to finish last, is he? I don't think. He's doing all right in the league. Oh no, I didn't realise Kurt was down that far. Okay, I see. So there is that risk. So we are looking at the front three. Okay, it doesn't look like it's a full front three, which is great. But up against the 3-4-3, our formation is going to be... Oh, let me... There, we will start with what we were saying was McGiblets, which is a possession-based 4-3-3. If we're doing this, then that would mean we would probably put Kulu in that position, and we will bring Amir Richardson in, and we can probably run with that. I think that should be okay. What's the marking instructions here? There's no man marking set, is there, in this one? There isn't. Yeah, so hopefully we've got something that can work there. I imagine we're going to be chopping and changing quite a lot. So Isabel, is it legal to have your opponent stream on in the background so you can see what he or she is doing? There's no one has said there's anything against it. No, I don't plan to. I don't want to. It feels like it's against the spirit of things, that's for sure. So Sinister, in real life, do any teams play 3 up front, and how do defenders handle it? I mean, so I can't say I it's difficult because a lot of teams will play very, very similar, where they, in possession, they will try and have 5 players across the various channels up front. but it's more a very, very specific thing to how Football Manager handles marking, that really, really struggles with handoffs. And when you can only match up 3 defenders at most in those spots, once one player's marking drops, it all kind of collapses. So it's really, really easy to play through teams using a front 3 that way. So we will see. There may be a situation where we need to drop the lines a little bit, maybe condense, drop down into a 4-5-1, ask our fullbacks to tuck inside, ask our wingers to mark the opponent's fullbacks accordingly. So we kind of try and clog everything up as much as we possibly can. But as I say, this is what it's going to be. It's going to be a lot of hopefully learning and being challenged by it, which I think should be quite fun and exciting. Lots of defeats, but that's something we are prepared for. So Data, also left central forward is Shadow Strike. Data, I don't need to know. It's all good, man. It's all good. Chill. It's all good. Vangelis is in. Welcome in. It's 42 for the second day in a row there in Greece. That is obscene. It's over 30 degrees at night. How on earth are you still alive, Vangelis? That is incredible. That is incredibly hot. Ladislav Almasi, unbeaten stream incoming. We can only dream. We could only dream. I have a feeling that might not be the case, but if we can get 1 or 2 wins, so I say we're looking to finish. We obviously want to finish much higher than 17th, but that is what I would call a success. If we avoid what would traditionally be the relegation spots, we've done well with what I've calculated to be the worst starting 11 in the whole tournament. And for that, I'm expecting that we're looking to pick up a point a game. So 1 win in 3. Absolutely brilliant. Maybe draw every game from here on out. That would be incredible. We are currently ahead of that, just by a smidge. 17 points from 15 games. So Vangelis, how do you man mark a 4-2-3-1 when you play 4-3-3? So I mean that seems like quite a reasonably straightforward one to do, because with a 4-3-3 pretty much matches up to the players almost perfectly. Choose one of your central defenders to man mark the striker, the other one on cover, and all the other players will line up almost directly on corresponding players, potentially. So here we go. Up against Kurt. Let's see if he's in a room. I can't see him in a room, so we won't. I will pop myself in one just in case he wants to come and join us. And we're going to say no pressure. Going to tell them that we have faith. We're going to look there. Blas, Hortofatti, Bellingham, Orsners, DeMarco, Chiesa at right wing back. I love that. Absolutely love that. Let's come away. Let's see how we get on. The first game of the stream. Circa with his eye patch there. And we've just gone boring. I just picked an already pre-existing one. And actually, I should probably skip past this because I haven't finished doing the thing there. Here we go, straight into the game. Beautiful stuff. 1 minute in and we haven't conceded a goal. I'm feeling pretty positive. We've even had a shot. How about that? Make sure our speed is right. That's meant to be 1 step up, which is good. Blast with a chance now. Okay, so our structure looks good at the moment, as does his. We can see it's really, really concentrated in narrow there. So I am probably going to ask to trap outside. Let's see if we can get them away from where the bodies are. So that hopefully will encourage us to stay narrower in a compact and push them out into those areas. Starting to move in his favour. Good save from Roche there. Another save from Roche. Let's give these guys some encouragement. Some momentum very much there in his favour. So Mr. Momoman, 3 centre-backs, 2 half-backs, 2 inverted full-backs, low block, might be able to stop 3 strikers, perhaps, and maybe a whole position and centre-backs on cover. Some of the things I've been testing out over the last week haven't been that far off that, which is, and it hasn't worked at all. Not even slightly. Watching the centre backs still lose their men and nobody cover off the back of it is very, very painful. So far we are 25 minutes in, not a single highlight. That bodes well. I mean, as I say, if we can pick up points here and there, I'd be absolutely delighted. And here we go. We've got a corner. It's going to be taken by Kulusevski. He's going to send it in to the far post where Richardson rises, hits the outside of the post. Our first highlight is a decent chance, but it would have been very much, I'd say very much against the run of play. Nobody's really staked much in terms of momentum. There's no big bars there so far. So it's all been very, very delicately poised and balanced so far. Cocker Smash, Murray at left back. What did you miss? Our fullbacks are shite. So quite often we are going to be playing with 4 centre backs, with Simakan and Mari in the fullback positions, just to help us a little bit. We seem to be doing better when we have defenders back there rather than general fullbacks. Last stream we were playing with a back 3, but with our wing backs in the midfield spot because our wing backs were rubbish. Here we go though. Cristante now plays it through can't quite squeeze it through. Mancini reads it well. Chance now for Kurt to come away with it. Horta's going to run at Mari. Is that Mari or is that surely isn't? It is Mari. And now it's worked out wide. Chiesa inside to Horta to Bellingham, shoots from distance. It's harmlessly sails over. Nothing to worry about there whatsoever. Opta heavily against us. Yes, so we're in a low block in this system, so we're not trying to apply pressure. So we that's absolutely fine for us in that regard. Mustard Tea, Murray Mustard Tea. I kind of get it there. Welcome in, AJ Brooks. Lovely to see you, my dude. Greetings from San Lucia. Oh, how very nice. How very nice. What time is it there? It must be. Is it just past midday now out in St. Lucia, or is it still morning? Here's Loftus-Cheek sending it in. Osman's the target, but Livakovic claims it with no problem. There wasn't really much danger there. But what is this highlight going to go for? I think this is Kurt's highlight. Yeah, Kurt's highlight speed is a little bit low, which is why the highlights. The way that PvP works is the highlights will work from the lowest speed setting of the 2 players. So we can't speed this up, unfortunately. Tar, Blaz plays it through. Ansu Fati, 1-0. Bugger. Bugger. Cocky Smash, don't think you've seen the 7 yet. It looks like it, though. It looks like this may be the game. It's 11-18, AJ Brooks. Beautiful stuff. A horrible mistake from Tar. They were able to capitalise on it. And we were going to shout at Jonathan Tar. He's meant to be arguably our best player in the squad. Well, maybe Victor Osimhen would hold that title. Massive chance. Ansu Fati is not missing from there. We can be. You don't give them those kinds of chances. Welcome in, Houdini. How are you doing? I'm doing very well. How are you? How has your week been? Lovely to have you in. So half time. We've not really created much. That chance there, that goal was a big chance. That took them. That's like a 0.4 XG chance, but otherwise they have had the better of the game. So I am going to tab out. I'm going to see what we're going to possibly try and run with in the second half, which I think we go to the Vinegar Strokes 3-4-3. We fight fire with fire. So Vinegar Strokes 3-4-3 looks something a little bit like this. So a similar attacking setup there. We've got Osimhen. We'll have Toure in the middle. Simakan out. Ooh. Mari's going to be the one that loses out. Kulu, Richardson, Loftus-Cheek. We've got Kulu. Richardson's playing okay. Loftus-Cheek less so. So we will bring on the Arasqueta in that role. Kulu on the wing there. Oliveira is going to play on that wing now. And this has man marking. So he should mark. Let's see. Blas is on the left. So Tar should be marking Blas. Where is Blas? Blas is there. Toure should be marking Jules Koundé. Interesting. And Simakan's marking was correct there. And then we should be all right to go into the second half. We will say, keep going. And let's see if we can up things a little bit in the second half, I hope. Meg to Sensta, we were absolutely robbed. I mean, awful pass. Awful pass from Jonathan Tar. And here's the change. Is that going to be Roche making a mistake? No, he claims it. Thank God. If he lost out to Ansu Fati in the air, he dropped at his feet. He just absolutely hoofs it up to Simeone, who wins the header. Osman on the back foot, doesn't really go for it, but does get there to the second ball. Oliveira into Simeone. What's going on? What's going on there? So there was a chance where Osman for that first header just didn't really try, and then it was passed directly to the feet of Simeone, and he just kind of watched it go by him. And do they say that's a penalty? That would be a shocker. He was miles outside. Miles outside. Good decision there. As Cristante takes down Fati. Fati's absolutely fine. Obviously, the danger's still there. We've got a free kick for Kurt, and it's going to be a long highlight. If he points, it's going to be a goal. That is my theory that I will stick by without any alienable changes. Federico Di Marco. No point. This is fine. We were not going to concede. There we go. My theory stands. So AJ, is there a time limit in PvP? We haven't explicitly set one, but we want to be as mindful as we possibly can. At the same time, it is a competitive league, so we are, you are meant to make changes and adjust, and there will be times. We've had game weeks that have taken 25-30 minutes if and when necessary. So yeah, there can be many. So Houdini wants us to make Osman the pressing forward and Simeone as a false nine. I'm okay, thank you, Houdini. With all the tests and what we've seen so far, Simeone performs much better as the pressing forward than Osman does. Osman will probably come off at some point, and we'll probably put Kulusevski up front. I mean, also, we will probably take one of them off, put Kulusevski in that false nine spot, but we're going to see first the sort of like 10-15 minutes or so. Oh, as Rocher drops it, here's Chiesa. Can he line one up? He feeds Horta instead. Is the flag going up? It has indeed. He looked offside. Yeah, so realistically, when we play with the false nine, we go with Kulusevski in that role. But we'll see how things go. First 10 minutes or so hasn't necessarily been all that encouraging, which means that we are likely to instead change to another one of our formations, which is going to be maybe the Vinegar Strokes 4-3-3. So we will see what happens with this highlight first, and then adjust accordingly. Right, into Simeone. Simeone to Osman. Osman back to Richardson. Now Oliveira. He's got some space. Can he whip in a cross? Send it in. Rasqueta's the target. That's the play. We don't want to be the target, really. And now Blas comes away with it. Here's a chance to counter with Horta. Horta out wide, in space, isolated. There's plenty of room for Bellingham. Bellingham now with a low cross finds Ansu Fati, and that is 2-0. The decision is no penalty. Interesting. I thought he looked offside. They're now checking it. It's offside. Interesting. Right, Bellingham did look like he waited a little bit too long, and Ansu Fati, the small slither of Ansu Fati, was just beyond his man there. So yeah, we do need to change. We're going to the 4-3-3 of Vinegar Strokes, which looks something more like this. So that would see these changes here. Oliveira's got to move up there. Okay, so Kurt's made a change, and that has reset our changes. I love this game sometimes. That's annoying. Let's do this all over again. So I will need to pause, or else we'll just run off so much time off the clock. Oliveira back. Rasqueta out wide. Cristante is going to be replaced by Muserati. Daramy is going to replace Richardson. So actually it's going to be Rasqueta behind. Kulu there. And we're going to make him a complete forward. And once we're on, let's fire these guys up. We need to show a little bit more. So am I going to Y Callum's meeting again this year? I don't know at the moment, Vangelis. I'll have to see probably a little bit close to the time. VAR is very drunk. VAR is Dutch. Ouch. But yes, the same thing. Drunk, Dutch, exactly the same thing, to be fair. So it does look like we have become a lot more open without gaining any real benefits from that. So we're at the highest tempo, so we're going to go to attacking. We're going to pop you into a more attacking spot there as well. On comes Thomas Müller. We're going to swap these guys all around once more. Really chase this into the last 20 minutes or so as Horta comes forward, looking to make it 2-0 for Kurt. Into Nevs. Nevs now finds Terrier. We've left him with so much space. Terrier can't get enough power behind it. Roche with another save. But I feel Roche did drop that one cross, but he's made a whole load of saves. I feel it's very harsh for him to be on a 6.4, as now Ansu Fati was offside. Absolutely fine. No worries there whatsoever. So he's made 6 saves. The goal was Jonathan Tarr's fault, giving it away. So Roche getting a low rating seems particularly harsh. Let's get some more demands in there. And we're not really getting much. So we're going into a 5, false 9, winger support. These guys are going to stay on that, but we're going to drop the tempo a little. We're not going to roll it out. We're going to... Yeah. Another change that has reset what we were doing. So let's pause so that I can make mine and it won't reset. Muller in that position there. Fine, we were doing... That bit's kept. It's all right. We don't have a target forward, so we're just going to say take long kicks, but try and distribute it out wide. This one's a little bit more top there. Yeah, we'll run with that into the last 15 minutes. So nothing wrong with being Dutch. He just snacked a brownie from the coffee shop before that scene. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. I mean, and after watching this game, which has had very few highlights, you probably need a special kind of brownie to get through it, to be fair to him. So I assume this isn't going to be a highlight. This is just because there was changes being made. But we will see. We will see. A 1-0 defeat away from home is probably one of our better results as well, to be fair. But here comes Orsnes looking to get a second for Kurt. I said that this probably isn't going to be a highlight. I was wrong. Here's Terrier out to DeMarco. DeMarco 2-0. There we go. Bugger. And if I just paused when I was originally making the substitutions rather than beforehand, we might have got the changes in before this highlight even started. Ah, well. But still, 2-0's probably one of our better results for this season away from home as well. We have been really bad. We should have stuck with what we had in the first half. It was a tight game. Their goal was a big part of their XG. Whereas in the second half, we've had, I think, 1 shot since, and we've been completely overmatched. So what we've learnt so far is that whilst Vinegar Strokes tested quite well against the against the 3-4-3, not in this configuration. And the Vinegar Strokes we've used in the second half, we've been absolutely destroyed. As Ansu Fati, oh, Roche with the save. Good lad. Good lad. We're not winning the fucking league. We are winning the fucking league, Zerachel. We are winning the league. It is guaranteed. Nevs now to send it in. Roche claims once again. I still can't believe Roche's only on a 6.6. 6.7 now. He's slowly crawling up. I think he's made a number of decent saves. I'm amazed that Jonathan Tarr is on a 6.7 after his mistake at the beginning of the game as well. Another corner now. Nevs to send it in. They're aimed in at around the near post. Roche once again claims. Come on, send it forwards. We might as well berate these guys in the last few minutes. See if we get something in. So Shaolander, isn't the early crosses option suboptimal because of the overload you have on the flanks? Not saying it's bad or something. I was just wondering as we go 3-0 down. So this particular set of instructions is all about getting the ball forward and into our big men. All our strikers have very good header win rate. Even Kulusevski does. Simeone, he's only 5'11", but he wins like 57% of his headers. Osman, I think, was about 53%. You can see, in fact, the reasons why players were signed by typing in an exclamation point followed by the player's name, and it will give you a breakdown of their stats. So This particular setting with get cross early is all about getting the ball in before the opposition defence is settled and having bodies in and around them to then pick up the loose pieces as we go 4-0 down here with Terrier. Should have been 4-0 anyway, but yeah, evidently against this setup it doesn't really work. But whilst there is no time constraint, we're not going to come back once we went 3-0 down, so there's no real point to mess around with tactics. Once again, if we concede a third, we concede a fourth, so forth, not really the end of the world. We will just chalk this up as the changes we made at half time were bad, and we will probably avoid that if we come up against a similar 3-4-3 later on. So yeah, Momo Man, Mr. Momo Man, did that come up? In fact, that should come up for you. Simeone, you spelt it right. I can't see. Did that work for you, Mr. Momo Man? Do let me know, because it is set up through, not through Twitch, it's through a separate thing. Right, yes, it did come up. Brilliant, fabulous. We're training tomorrow, but there is no training. So let's see how the scores are going elsewhere. That will bring Kurt within a point of us. He moves up to 16 points. So I'm very, very sorry for those that want him to go bald. We've got top pick beating Big Robbo away from home. That's a big result. An absolutely barnstormer of a game between Crew and second yellow card. Zealand won away from home against Manny. Arteray with a 4-0 demolition of Munu. Lujo 4-2 over Stokes. Clates wins away from home 3-2 against Zims. We lose 3-0. RDF loses 4-0 to Omega Luke. Brazilian Fury loses to Stans 3-2. And Work the Space with a 95th minute winner against Tom FM. Tom FM himself equalised in the 90th minute. Incredible stuff. So yeah, it's a Shadowlander with this. In fact, it's in the Patreon Google Drive. They have access to like all the data that I've done for all the testing as well. So we have a variety of different. We need to press continue. We're ready to go there. We have a variety of different tactics depending on what kind of formations we're up against, whether it's home or away. Some of them worked out okay, but generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, we are looking at a coin flip at winning games if we're lucky, because obviously we know we've got a lower quality squad than most. That's kind of part of the play style. So we have various different things, and they are completely different tactical approaches. So we've got high blocks, we've got low blocks, we've got mid blocks, we've got high tempo, we've got low tempo, we've got direct, we've got short passing. There's no tactical familiarity in this whatsoever. So we will just be chopping and changing, and basically, if we know that something works vaguely well, so like I think our chances away from home against the 3-4-3, our best was 40% there. We might have three options. We're just going to keep on trying through them and seeing what works in that situation. Maybe after, as we saw there, 10, 15 minutes, things aren't working, we change. Things aren't working, we change, and so on. So that's kind of the way. So your first thought, Shadowlander, was that the fullback and the winger would provide higher quality crosses. They have more time on the ball, but the unsettled defence argument seems valid. Yeah, I mean, so there are certainly... One thing I am very mindful of, I'm expecting most of the players to be engaging in high presses. And as we saw with the first goal, one of the things that makes the high press really effective isn't the pressing itself, but it's bad passes from defence. What you will tend to see is that there'll be a bad pass from a defender that's under hit, it gets intercepted, your defence is slow to react, and those formations that have a lot of bodies forwards are able to capitalise quite a lot. So whilst we have some shorter passing systems like McGiblets that we used, that led to that first goal that we conceded from, we will probably avoid that more often than not because it brings that pressure onto us. So trying to have setups that have a lot of time on the ball and potentially sees us with the ball in deep spaces can be very, very dangerous, as we saw. But it was less dangerous than the more attacking setup in the second half. So does that mean we're waiting on just one there? Has the league updated? Cristante is going to be suspended. Players are suspended for 2 yellow cards. We are now down to 16th. Second yellow card there. He's got the draw. Gooners, Kurt, Crew. Beautiful stuff. We are now going to be at home against Zims. Zims is in 10th. It's kind of Jekyll and Hyde for Zims so far. I think he started off quite well, but I think it's been similar to a lot of us, a lot of win-loss in terms of form. I believe he went with big boys as well. I think a lot of people went with big boys. We are looking at another 3-4-3. I think we're going to see a lot of actually, I mean, so wait a second, Kurt wasn't playing 3 up top. I do apologize. He wasn't playing 3 up top, was he? So against this, we'll see. What was the one that I didn't use last time out? We've got the Vinegar Strokes. We've got, so Shiva 3-4-3 is a 30%er. We might give that one a chance, as well as, yeah, the McGiblets one, possibly when we're in a... We'll start with Shiva. We'll go to McGiblets, is my thinking. Vangelis, 5 losses in a row. You missed the last match to the last stream where we started with 4 wins out of 5. So Vangelis, we won the first 4 games of the last stream, and we lost every game since. We had some bad luck in some of them, but the exception, Vangelis, was the 4 wins, not the 4 losses. So realistic. So not the 4 wins. It was 3 wins and a draw. We were unbeaten in the first 4, and in the 2 from the stream before that as well. So we had a 6-game unbeaten run. But that is the exception rather than the rule. We are a very, very bad team. We are going to lose a lot of games. We were very hard done by against Durag. I think we felt quite hard done by against Clates as well, but he did go 2-0 up, and then we kind of applied the pressure. So can't complain too much about that. Yeah, so you know, it's just it's going to be tough. We're not going to cave in and then play the same kind of way that we know, because we want to challenge ourselves to try something different. So we said the Shiva Bowl 3-4-3. That's going to see us go with Tar in the middle. We put Loftus Cheek there, possibly. No, Loftus Cheek there. Oliveira in. We will go down to pressing forwards. Pressing forwards have been better for us generally. It's going to be to our Sketa. And our right back is an issue. It's going to be Monterisi in this case. We've got Gross as the option there. No, we've got... Yeah, we'll have Gross, Richardson, Dami, Osman, Beto. And... yeah, that's what we'll start the game with, I think. Muller at Volante, surely. So we're going to save Muller. We're going to save Muller for later on in the game, potentially at Volante. Yeah. Muller has been very bad when we've had him start games. But that beautiful moment against Jack where he came on. Well, he came on not as a Volante. It's we had to. So I'm just grabbing a drink. Jack kept on changing between a 4-4-2 and a 4-2-3-1. We have different formations for him. So we brought on Muller to react to one of them. And then our change meant that we had too many attacking players on. So we chucked him back at Volante. 2 goals in like 10 minutes. And a legend was born. And he's been absolutely awful since, bless him. Yeah, let's see how we get on with this game. So Zims is about. I will once again pop into a room. I will pop my thingy what's on mute. So if he wants to join in, he can do. Yeah, we'll see. I don't feel... Lots of big boys. Davy Selka, Oliver Giroud, Alexander Sorloth. That is a lot of big boys. Milenkovic, Gabriel in defence. I mean, even Reece James is pretty decent in the air. Kessie, Gamaresh. They're big. They are almost matched up for us in that regard. Now, we've got 5'8" Diarra Sketa, but Diarra Sketa is surprisingly good in the air for an attacking midfielder winger. We've got Simeone, as I said, 5'11", but like 57% header win rate, which is obscene. Oliveira is good in the air. Monterisi, Isaac Toure, 6'8", Jonathan Tah, Simakan. Unfortunately, we don't get any control over set pieces, so we just have to leave them to what the assistant manager wants to do. And that does mean that our set pieces are being sent to the far post. Suboptimal a little bit. As a nickname loves this formation. You usually play your Volantes attacking to have the rotation happen more often. That's fair. That's fair enough. I find that the attacking Volantes lose the ball so frequently. Like I'm talking the equivalent of wingers, and you know, you're looking at 12, 14 possession loss per game, which just scares me too much. I'm too conservative for that. But again, when we chase the game, we may well have to, because we're not going to take the lead, that's for sure. So here we are up against Zims. We are, yeah, let's hands on hips. I am sick and tired of losing these games. I trust you. I don't trust you, but I'm going to tell you that I trust you. And Shiva Bowl isn't a man marking one. We have some players asked to man mark. So you're marking specific player. You're marking the wing back. That's good. You're marking the wing back as well. So that does leave the our wing backs to help out wherever is needed, hopefully. Davi Selke is going to... Can we believe we're up against our own Davi Selke? That is disgraceful. He is a legend around these places. He's a legend around these places, and he could potentially break our hearts. Here we go into the opening moments. Kulu with a shot. Missed the shot before that. So we did have the first couple of shots in the last game, but it'd be nice to see. Okay, Selke's had a shot. Here's a corner. Gutierrez. It's in the near post. No. We can't be coming up against someone who gets the luck of the draw of near post corners. I feel like I'm the only one who's sending crosses not to the near post. Okay, it's here. I know, it's awful, Hungerman. Inverted wing back, Volante winger combo for ultimate woke ball. It is woke ball indeed. It is woke ball indeed. And so those couple of chances. There's a Selke shot. There's the shot from the edge of the area from the corner. Otherwise, it's been pretty terse once again. Let's see. We're not having much of the ball. That's kind of fine. Mula is playing some beautiful football apparently. Yep, and this is what happened last time. They start to turn the screw around this point in the game. Why isn't that updating? We're 30 minutes into the game. I want to see that update. So let's just do a little round of that. Yep, it's been all Zims, all Zims. Let's fire up. So even though we might well go in at the break at 0-0, we need to change up. So we will then go to the possession-based McGiblets, I think. Eesh, that scares me a little bit. We're not even going to go in 1-0, are we? 0-0, sorry. Headed away by Oliveira. Loftus-Cheek gathers. Loftus-Cheek turns back towards his own defence. What are you doing, Loftus-Cheek? Oh no, not like this. Not like this. Al Maserati gets a header to it. There were like 3 players up the left wing. What was he doing? Davi Selke back to Laporte. Laporte out to Kessie. Kessie's going to find Reece James. Reece James with the low cross. Davi Selke. Mother... Absolute joke. Oh my word. Ruben Loftus-Cheek, what were you playing at? And then there was only one man who was going to score against us. Davi Selke getting there ahead of Rocher's dive. Breaking my heart. Breaking my heart. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And now we really don't want to go possession based. But I think we have to, because that's the one that so far has been best against front threes. No, that was best against 3-4-3s. I've been looking at the wrong thing. We're up against the 4-3-3. Right, okay. This is the problem with having a big old matrix of things that I'm not sure about. So we've got a 3-5-2 we could move to here, where we put Oliveira, Kulusevski, Simeone, Diarra, Loftus-Cheek obviously is coming off. Both these guys hold position. I'm going to ask you to step forwards, but Richardson comes in, Monterisi comes out, and we will run with that in the second half, see how we Wait a second, no, it is a 3-4-3. Wait a second, I'm talking nonsense. It is a 3-4-3. Oh, fuck it. We're losing this game anyway. It doesn't really matter. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Come on, let's have some chances. Straight from the kickoff. Either we concede and the collapse begins now, or we're about to see some absolutely amazing comeback. And it's going to start with Simakan breaking the lines. Feed Simeone. Simeone back to Simakan. Inside, there's Jonathan Tah playing as a libero. Feeds Kulusevski. He's through. Daramy on as a substitute. That is football. Beautiful thing. Beautiful, beautiful thing. Crew Ball is keeping on producing draws so far. I mean, 1 point a game. It's good. It's good. Welcome in, DM Basis. Lovely to see you, my dude. How you going? What timing for you to arrive as well. Are both managers complaining loads? Naturally. Davy Selker, what a traitor. Also, Reece James isn't injured. Clearly the game is unrealistic. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Now, it does look like that is a brief respite because it is all Zims once again. As we said, we know that we're going to struggle against these three striker formations, but we're not going to fight fire with fire. We steadfastly refuse for no good reason whatsoever, and we're starting to turn in our favour a little there. We're not creating chances though, but we do have some momentum. Let's give these guys a little bit of encouragement. Basically can't even be angry when it's Selke. You should be angry when it's Selke. He's betrayed us. Almost. It's almost as bad as that time that he retired. Bastard. Right, on comes Osman and Beto. Osman and Beto. We are going with Kulusevski out wide. Beto will play as a deep lying forward on support. Isaac Toure has picked up an injury, so that's our other change as well. So that will be all of them. Let's see how we get on into the last 15 minutes. It's not been pretty football so far from us. The first two games we've been a little stagnant, but we do have a goal. A goal from Mohamed Daramy less than a minute after coming on as a substitute. A Rocher melting under pressure like a Ferrero, doesn't he? Didn't he just? I mean, that said, another 3 saves. That's pretty good going by our goalkeepers. He's still probably been he's probably been our best saving goalkeeper so far, which unfortunately is a relatively low bar to clear. Right, let's demand more into the last 10 minutes. A draw I will be happy with, but also this is a chance for a win, right? So do we chase? We might have to chase because we might be about to concede. Giroud into Gabriel. Here's Bruno, loads of space. Goes all the way back to Laporte, who plays it over. Look at that. There we go. That's the issue we face against the 3. And there we go, Kessie. He looked offside, but when that ball went forward to Sorloth, like we had 3 defenders kind of focusing on one man, despite it's weird. That was weird. That's got to be offside, right? That is offside. We can celebrate. I accidentally pressed space whilst on the music bit, not on the game. Here we go, chasing it into the last few moments. Attacking winger, supporting winger. That's what we're going with. Yeah. Fuck it. Let's go for it in the last 5 minutes. If we lose, we lose. Who comes here? Who comes here to draw, right? This is the league. It's all about finishing 17th just. Here's Sorloth coming forward. Sorloth dribbling past his man. Sorloth, is it going to be another low cross? It's a low cross. It's to James. James, somebody close him out. Good job. Moved it back to Milenkovic. We are very, very passive in closing in these last few minutes. Maybe we are tired. Giroud with the header. Giroud to break our hearts in the last. It's Reece James with yet another assist. Oh, ugly, ugly scenes. But the flag is up. The flag is up as Zims has paused the game to make a change. Does he know? Does he know the outcome of this? Is he changing defensively because of that goal? Is he? What's going to happen here? Interesting. Oh, the tension. The tension. A damn bassist had to finish early, was in the office, your head was killing me. I'm sorry to hear that, my dude. The fact you got home in time for Musterman makes me feel, oh, bless you. Bless you. You're in time to see a long evening, I have a feeling. Well, I mean, I know we've got a relatively hard out there. So was Giroud offside? Do we see them raise the hands? We do not see them raise the hands. It has been disallowed. Yeah. Oh, they're saying it's onside. Oh, controversy. Absolute controversy. He's pushed Moses Simon on. He's playing as a left midfielder. It doesn't change things much in terms of structure. In the last few moments, we had a rally of shots at the end there, but none quite good enough to make a highlight. A load of shots near the end was we did push the players forwards. We've got to draw out of it. That is another point. We're on 18 points from 17 games. We're just about where we want to be. I'm going to say I'm happy with you for coming back. Let's try and build that morale. I don't know if morale has any input in this whatsoever. But we've got a point that will take us up to 18, which would be very, very nice. Oh, 2 offsides there. Nickname, exactly. We lose every week. We lose every week. You're nothing special. We lose every week. Exactly. Here at Musterman FC, we celebrate offsides. Dear God, we do. Disallowed goals for the opposition. What could be sweeter? Because we're not going to be celebrating goals. Don't be daft. No, that's not going to happen at all. So we can see Clates extends his lead up at the top there. A 3-0 demolition of Big Robbo. We play Big Robbo at Big Robbo's next. Then following that, oh my word, Crew is losing to 2 own goals. Schutterlow and Robinson with own goals 2 minutes apart. That is shocking. There was still 20 minutes left in that game though. Omega Luke beats Tom FM. Munu is beating Work the Space. We've got our draw there. Kurt and Manny are currently 2-2. There most minutes left in the game, so we might pop on over and watch that. Zealand with a win away against RDF. Brazilian Fury / Macwell with a win away from home against second yellow card. Lujo is currently 3-2 up away from home against Top Pick. And Stans and Arteray with the draw. An first minute goal for Arteray, a 45th minute goal from Silver. Right in the extremes of the first half there. Let's pop on in and see Kurt and Manny. It's 2-2. There is still half an hour left to go in the game. And Kurt has just taken the lead, in fact. 64th minute, Josko Gvardiol goal. And Kurt has very much been in the ascendancy. That was like 2.34 XG there. I do need to do this. I don't know if you're still around, Pat Witz. Thank you very much for the follow a while ago. I've just seen the notification. I am very, very slow. I'm very sorry, my dude. Right, are we going to see him come away? This will take Kurt up to 19 points, I think. So that should take him up into at least 15th. That'll drop us down at least one more spot. I think that puts Manny possibly second bottom. Blas with the header, just over. I do like Ludovic Blas. Good little player. Not your top level player, but he's a handy player in FM23 at least. Not sure he quite did things. I did have him in FM24 for, I'm sure, something. Jude Bellingham makes it 4-2. That is surely the game now. That's 7 goals for Kurt so far this evening. Things are going quite well. So let's see. It was Ivan Toney took the lead. Then it was 2-1. So Chiesa, Bellingham, Hakan Çalhanoğlu just after half-time. And then those goals in the last few moments. So 64th minute goal from Josko Gvardiol. The goal we just seen from Jude Bellingham. That's his second of the day. Manny is playing a 4-1-3-2. Ivan Toney, Cristiano Ronaldo, Kvara, Kvaratskhelia, Ademola Lookman, Hakan Çalhanoğlu. Interesting lineup there. I like it. I mean, it's with the 4-1-3-2 as well. That's a player in the midfield central as well. So I guess there's probably going to be an element of like we found against us, is that Kurt can now probably break away a lot in the last few moments and maybe add an extra goal or two to really bolster that goal difference. Here's Neves out to Orsnes. It's on the bounce, just bobbled a little bit awkwardly before it came to him, blazes it over. Damn basis, was this our second game? It was. Our first game we played against Kurt. We lost 3-0. The first half was pretty bad in terms of like the quality of the game overall. I think there was 2 highlights. We hit the bar with a header from a corner. Our 6'8" Isaac Toure get rising at the far post, hit the post, went behind, and then Jonathan Tarr, 20 yards out from our own goal, passed the ball to Kurt, and they scored immediately. In the second half, we changed things up. We went to a more attacking, more open system, and we got ripped apart. We changed a couple of times in that second half. We were fucking awful. What was a reasonably level game at halftime, excluding that that main chance that was the goal because of the defensive error, it was pretty well balanced. And then in the second half, Kurt just ran over us, stomped us into the ground like the bugs that we are. So that game against Zims was a good chance for us to pick up points. 1 point we will take. Quite happy with that. We're next away against Robbo. I expect that's going to be difficult. Home against the Lujo. I expect that's going to be difficult. Away against Macwell. We've struggled a lot away in almost everything we've done. If Brazilian Fury is playing the types of formations that I know that he likes to use, that's going to be really difficult. So I think we might be looking at the home game against Crew as a possible chance for us to get some points. The home game against Arteray, we matched up reasonably well against Arteray the first time we played them away from home. We could feel a little unlucky to have lost that 2-0. So maybe if we get this many games in this evening, we might be looking at our next chances of wins a few games away. So it's, this is, we're certainly not going to lie down and take defeat easily. But I think this could be a pretty tricky session that's about to unfold ahead of us. So Brazilian is playing indeed. He is covering for Macwell. Macwell was unfortunately unable to make today's session. So Brazilian Fury, who has been doing some assistant managing for Macwell the last couple of weeks, is doing the honours. He's stepping in, and has got that win against second yellow card. Also, that might jump them above us as well. And so the last game we've got here, we're just waiting for... Oh, top pick pulls one back in the 92nd minute against Lujo. Surely there's not enough time. We are mere seconds away. Lujo had a penalty in the 89th minute as well. It's a very, very good ending to the game for sure. So we're just holding on for that one. It's a big win for Munu. 2-0 against Work the Space. Sensational. She added a second. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Munu's been great at home. I think last stream, I think she lost all of her away games like 5-0. She won all of her home games, apart from against us. We drew 1-1, in fact. But I think she won all of the rest of her home games last stream. She is a force at home with her. I think she may have been... I don't know if she's one of the first to go with the 3 up top. But she certainly had an effective 3 up top system. Right, just waiting for the last game, and understandably, it's tightly poised right now. So if we do look at this won't have the updates here. So the Gooners it'll come down to goals scored between the Gooners and us. We will have the same goal difference. 0-4 jumps above us. What was Crew's result? Crew with a draw. Crew jumps above us on goal difference. So we are down to 19th place. Well, maybe 19th, maybe 18th, depending on goals scored. Oh, surely goals scored is actually going to work in. Oh no, that's not the scores. We can do the continue there. There we go. We'll see it in a moment because that was last week's results. So yeah, because Gooners have had a big win tonight, so I imagine they're probably in a good position in terms of goals scored. Macwell, 27-4. Oh no, we've scored 32 to be fair. We are scoring 2 goals a game. We're only conceding 2.5 goals a game. Not too bad. Of the teams near the bottom, it is Manny that has got the worst defence. We have the second worst defence. We've got the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. We've got the ninth least goals. That's not too bad. That's mid-table. We can certainly take that. We can certainly take that. I mean, 73 goals across 16 games. There is entertainment at least. That is more goals than have been in Stan's games. Not in more goals than have been in Clate's games. 71 there. Work the space, 75, 78 even. Work the space is the man to watch. I mean, we did have the 6-5 against Work the Space. That probably boosts both of our overall goal numbers. Durags, Manny though, 93 goals in his game so far. That is some sensational stuff. Absolutely incredible. That's where we should be. We should be keeping an eye on. Just waiting for someone. Our next game. So is Robbo going to be another going 3 up top? Come on, Robbo. Pleasantly surprise me and don't be. He's not. Look at that. He is going for some central craziness with Lewandowski up front. There we go. Big Robbo. Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful sight that is. So kudos to West Ham confirmed. Kudos to West Ham confirmed. Oh, to Spurs. Okay. Concerned at our lack of activity yet? Not really. I assume there's an element of whilst we've sorted out the financial fair play PSR stuff with selling the women's team, I guess there's probably an element still of wanting to sell before we buy. And if we're relatively happy with the squad, there's no point in buying just for the sake of it. So I'm not too fussed in that regards. But yeah, I expect there will be stuff. Maybe if we have a relatively quiet window, just 1 or 2 changes, I'm quite on board with that. Quite on board with that. So how do we fare against the 4-2-3-1 away from home? Well, the Eskimo 3-4-3 is quite good for it. The Eskimo 3-4-3 is perhaps our best for it. So we're going to go with that. We're going to go with Eskimo. We're on the weight there. Can we change? We can. Eskimo 3-4-3. Get that loaded in. Which is our Palk formation, in fact. Our Palk and Zaragoza one. And then our backup, potentially, is the Vinegar Strokes 3-4-3. Yep, so it's Eskimo and then Vinegar Strokes are our options there. Both forms of 3-4-3 as well. So that's probably quite good for us in terms of personnel. We can actually go with 2 strikers up front, which will be quite nice. The winger bit does make me feel a little uncomfortable. So do we actually start with Vinegar Strokes? I think we start with that. Because I feel a lot more comfortable with Oliveira in that position there. Arasqueta. And we will go with a complete forward on support, and that will be Osman. Simeone is going to be dropped to the bench for a game. Cool. Let's have a look here. Do we have the thingy? What's it? No, that's all good. Waiting for that. Sakula Sefsky. Jonathan Tah in the middle. Toure is not a ball-playing defender because he's can't pass, control the ball, tackle, mark, or do any of those things that you would expect a defender to do, but he can be tall. He's remarkable at being tall. A great strength to have. And I think it's Muller time. I've seen a couple of bad moments. We've got to punish Loftus-Cheek for his role in the goal. Always a good sign when the voice starts croaking this early. Thank you very much for the follow, Crazy McGee. Welcome in, my dude. Yep, so here we go. We are up against Big Robbo. Cristante, we're going to bring back into the starting lineup. Mizrati on the bench. And we've got... Hello, sir. Oh, hello, sir. How you doing? Let me just get you unmuted for my chat as well. How's it going so far?
I'm getting absolutely worked. It's not going too great, I'll be real. But, I mean, I had one of these games the other day against Manu, Joe. We're both not doing too well in, like, the run of form. So one of us, it's going to propel. One of us, it's just going to dampen. It's just one of them games, isn't it?
So the good thing,
we'll see.
Good news. I think that your luck is about to change. Because if there's one thing I'm good at, it's giving people wins.
Fair play. Fair play. I've been struggling, though, I'll be real. I have been struggling, so I wouldn't be too intimidated.
It started well for you, man. I'm blaming work the space.
Oh, mate. Yeah. That 8-0 changed everything, honestly. It changed everything. Didn't lose for 7 games. And then the morale off that, just death. Absolute death.
But it's all good, because then, like, seriously, losing games is great. Because then you get to a point where you can't win the whole thing anyway. And all you've got to do is troll. It's all about trolling.
No, you're right. We get to a point where it's just, like you say, you don't have to worry anymore.
And that's why I'm going to just be hard tackling all your players and trying to get them in. No, I'm not, don't worry.
Oh, don't worry. What did I have? I had a game week where I had 5 midfielders injured or suspended. I didn't have one midfielder in my team available. It was incredible. Honestly, it was incredible.
That is rough. If it makes you feel any better, I've had my goalkeepers available all the way through the tournament, and I'm already down to my 3rd choice because the other 2 are so bad.
Yeah, my keeper statistically apparently is the worst in the league at the moment, so that's interesting. And there's Onana's in this league as well, which is, how I can be statistically the worst with him in the league is somewhat special.
I've Diogo Costa was meant to be my starting goalkeeper. He's played 4 games only. There's been 2 games we've subbed him off at half time because he's got minus 8.5 goals conceded against expected. Fucking, he's an embarrassment. Like, the real life Diogo Costa owes me an apology.
I don't think mine will be too far off, to be honest. He's my boy as well. It's Carneshi. I have him on normal FM and he never does me wrong. And today he's just, to be fair, the last 2 game weeks, he's just been shocking. But I think a lot of it's morale. Like, when you're winning games, your morale's up. You're winning games. When you're not, you're not. It's so hard to get out of a rut. I think Manu. Manu lost about 6 in a row, won 1 and then won 5 in a row.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like a coincidence.
We had a little 6-game run without losing, and now we are on a 6-game run without winning.
Yeah.
But like, there's no worries.
Oh, I'm sorry. Carry on.
Catch you at half time, dude.
Sound. Probably a 0-0 2 shots.
Almost certainly. Right, let's do this. I'm expecting good things for Robbo in this game. Right, it's time to say that I expect you to play well. Beto's looking nervous. That doesn't bode well. So, Mr. Moment Man, we are the Spurs. Scores goals, but not enough, and concede a hell of a lot. Exactly that. Oh, Vangelis, indeed. So Chimmers to Brighton was back in January. Then they sent him out on. So I think the deal was agreed back in January, but obviously he was on loan and all that malarkey. There was a highlight inside 30 seconds. Here's Rodrigo, plays it back to Fabinho. Oh shit! We need to sort out marking. I think it man marks, and we've got a not particularly lined up one. Let's hope we survive this moment here. In fact, let's see if we score. Diarra-Sketa! Oh, you bastard! Diarra-Sketa. Right, the attacking midfielders, we've got it on. So you're on Rodrigo. That's right. You need to be on. So Rodrigo, yeah. Alvarez. That's not right. Jonathan Tah on Lewandowski. That's beautiful. And there we've got to make sure that Cristante is on McAllister. 12 minutes in, we haven't conceded a goal. That's something at least. We should be 1-0 up. What a shocking miss. Along with Kuslis, indeed. Budai, that's who we are. Exactly. Punish whose cheeks? No comment, Mr. Momoman. No comment. So Shadowlander, to say it with the words of Otto Rehagel, you can't learn to be 1m90. Exactly. That was a dramatic bit of camera work there. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be a highlight for... could it be a highlight for us? No, the pass is late. Rabiot gets it through to Fred. Ferdy even, not Fred. Good defending from Kulusevski. And Roche, what a goal from Julian Alvarez. Another defensive error. Another goal conceded. That is heartbreaking. Van Galis is saying that I'm marking McAllister twice. I'm marking Julian Alvarez there. I'm marking Rodrigo there. I'm marking Alexis McAllister there. And I'm marking Robert Lewandowski here. And Muller doesn't mark anyone. So no, that's all. That is correct. Here we go. Here is McAllister coming forward. So McAllister swings it in. Rodrigo's free at the far post. It's time to berate. We said we thought this was going to be a tough game. It is a tough game. Oh no. McAllister swings it across. Rodrigo peels off his man. Simican not even remotely aware. This is the problem we've talked about with marking, but like this isn't even three strikers. It's just he's ignoring his marking responsibility there. You bugger. That chance from Diarra as well. Things could have been so different. So we will be changing to the next to the other tactic. Do we wait until half? We might as well wait for the 5 minutes. We might go 2-0 down. But just doesn't cause too much faffing around. Vanderson. Oliveira, you were there, my man. You were there, Oliveira. Robert Lewandowski peels off his man. It's 3-0. It's 3-0. We have sunk without a trace. Oh my, could it be Robbo's 8-0 revenge, potentially? Oh, welcome in, Moen. We do not have this. We are getting thumped left, right, and centre, but we know we're going to get thumped, so it's absolutely fine. Showerlander is off for the day, no worries. We're going to have fun. We might not get some luck, unfortunately. Leo, welcome in. Leo G, even. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, for fuck's sake. Blue Lions, we're just, we will have to wait for the game. Oh, what a save from Karnaseki. It was Beto. It looked like the shot was going wide. It took a wicked deflection, but Karnaseki was able to react, punch it over the bar. Can we get anything from the corner at the far post? It's Beto once again. Why on earth is Beto on the edge of the area? You crazy, crazy set piece coaches. So, by the balance of the game, we probably don't deserve to be 3-0 down, but we've made some stupid mistakes and they've been punished. We didn't score when through on goal. That was like a 0.7 XG chance or something crazy. So we're going to drop back into this slightly deeper one here. It's going to be... Well, I don't know. It's going to be Diarra off, Kulusevski into that spot behind the strikers. We swap these guys round, so Muller is going to be the more attacking of the two. Cristante has been absolute arse, so what we were talking about at the beginning of the stream about giving him a chance, that's probably his last one of the game. Oliveira back to being rubbish. Roche unfortunately has to make way after that. That is a shocking bit of play from Roche to put us 1-0 down to begin with. I'm going to say, you have the ability. Do you have the ability? The question has to be there. We've got to question whether they have the ability to turn it around. We need something early in the second half. And it's going to start with a corner kick for Robbo. Rabiot's going to swing it in at that near post. And it's Canate. How is everyone getting near post corners? Oh, I'm starting to question this now. Vanderson cut out by Oliveira. Now Maserati just sends it long, cut out by Canate. Vanderson plays it inside to Rodrigo. Rodrigo should have been contained, but he sees McAllister. He sends it across to Alvarez, and that is 4-0. 4-0 down. Is it not better to, in this situation, have your players mark positions instead of players, or to have them mark nothing at all so they don't get pulled around? Just a thought. So, Mr. Momerman, that is one of the variants that we had tested. So we have... actually, let's see what the marking settings are on this one, because this one isn't... this one we've got players that are set on mark title in the center. I say all the variations are very, very different styles that have all tried out different things. What you don't see in the spreadsheet that has tested is all the ones where the win rates were even worse, and like all the games were finishing 9-2, 10-3 to the opposition and so forth. So they have been tried. I'm pretty comfortable that the suite of approaches we've got give us a chance of winning. But we are a bad team and we are going to lose a lot of games, as we've explained every single time. We were picking up players that aren't necessarily good, and we are trying to find ways to counter. So we might play around with a couple of extra things there. We might adjust. We've gone from a man marking system to a non-man marking system, although we're not marking specific positions. And we're still struggling to mark there. So we might try it in another game. But yeah, it's another one that I'm pretty certain we can say this game is over. Simeone to come on. Osman has been absolute arse for us. Ooh, Pascal Gross to get some minutes. Let's have some more old boys on. Get a little bit of Gross, little bit of Muller out there, and see if we can get a consolation. So here comes Ferdy, just skips past his man, feeds into Rodrigo. Simeone reads it, cuts it out. Now here's a chance. Gross tries to play over the top, but Osman decided that was the time to stop running. Bless him. Bless him. Who needs to chase the ball? To be fair, if I was a striker and we were 4-0 down, I'd probably stop running. Right, here comes Ferdy once again. Rodrigo, this time his pass connects with Højlund. Højlund streaming on that left-hand side, plays it back to Ferdy nicely. The cross comes in. Tar wins a header, but only as far as Vanderson. Back in, Højlund at the far post, and that's over. That's over. What a miss. Oh dear, they say. Vanderson is strutting his stuff indeed. As Oliveira was bad in the first half, has got worse since being moved back to wing-back. I don't think we can play with wing-backs. I just don't think we can play with wing-backs or full-backs. It's a good double save. Was out with a single save from Bento and then off the woodwork. Now, in this second half... So, in the first half, the game finished. We were basically identical XG, but we'd made some mistakes. We've made some changes once again. This time, we've gone to Eskimo Brother, and it's been worse. So, Vinegar Strokes didn't work against the 3-4-3 in the second half, but it's been the better of the two, even though we conceded more goals in the first half. Here's Otavio. Otavio plays it through. Højlund. Jonathan Tah just watches him go, bless him. So is it 1-4-5 tactic time, said Darish? It might have to be. Højlund with a header, good save from Bento. Bento is back to being the starting goalkeeper. Mr. Momerman's got to go get some spices and tahini. Nice for some Arias. Beautiful stuff. Right, Osman feeds Bento. Something, just a little bit of consolation at the end there. No, João Gomez breaks up play. And that's surely going to be full time. It is indeed. Let's speak to Robbo when he's free again. That was brutal. At half time, so it was a chance right at the end of half time that got us level.
Yo, man.
Brutal.
I mean, honest, this happened with me and Monu. We were both on a bad run of form, and I said one of us is going to win here and one of us isn't, and it'll be like that. It's always like that.
It is indeed. I mean, but that so I was fuming at that first goal because the goalkeeper just kicked it to you. But what a finish from Alvarez! I mean,
the thing is though,
I almost came.
I've not scored a goal in 2 games. The first goal being a 25-yard curl, posting in, makes sense, doesn't it? It was never going to be anything else, was it? And then the other goals were then normal goals where you byline, come back and crosses. And like I said, mate, one of us was winning that 4-0 or 5-0.
I wasn't surprised. I mean, I say in the second half as well. Like, it's weird because at half time it looked even. Second half though, you should have scored like 2 or 3 more. To be fair, GG's. Yeah.
Nah, GG's. Have you got anyone around you coming up?
Oh no. We are on our descent to bottom spot. I think we earmarked it just before this game. I was like, right, okay, an away game against Robbo. We're away from home, not much hope. Home against Lujo, not feeling good about that. Away against Gooners are nearby us, but I know the tactics that that Brazilian Fury uses, and they're going to do well against us. So I think my next winnable game might potentially be against Crew in 4 games' time. Maybe.
Yeah, that's a good one coming up. Yeah.
So if we can finish today with 1 win, that's not too bad.
I mean, like I said, I've got quite a nice run coming up. Like, I've got people in and around me, kind of. The only anomaly is Lujo, but then after Lujo, I have Crew and the Gooners. Obviously, we're down there as well. So I have quite a nice run. I
expect you should be...
We'll see.
You should be able to kind of at least keep on the tail end of that top 8.
Yeah, I think today, if I can end 11th, 10th, 9th, I think it's a dub. But like I said to my chat, as long as you're in and around on that last week, anything could happen.
And do we know how long this is going on? Because I imagine we've probably got at least another couple of weeks of this. If we get...
Yeah, I'd say after today, 2 more.
Yeah, I imagine so too.
Oh, right, well, a pleasure, mate. I'm going to jump off. I need to go grab my tea as well. But
good luck for the rest of it, my dude. Well played.
You too.
Beautiful stuff. Bless Robbo. A lovely chap. So the results we have currently: Crew drawing at home against Nick RTFM. Manny winning 2-1 against RDF. RDF had a great session last time out. It's been rotten for him at the start of this one. Arthur Ray beats second yellow card, stays rooted to the bottom of the table. Lujo losing at home 4-1 to Clates. Crazy. Zims 3-0 up against Kurt. Omega Luke and Munu currently 1-1 into the last few moments, and Sesko has just been sent off. Mackwell via Brazilian Fury 3-2 up. That is 2 wins in a row. We've got Work the Space avenging his defeat by going 5-1 up against Stans, and Zealand 3-1 up against Tom. Tom's having a pretty rotten session so far as well. So Darius played that once in online draft, make it not easy. The only defender was wing back on attack. Crazy. How did it get on? Whilst you're answering that, I am going to quickly jump on a break because I need to go pee. It's going to take a few minutes for that Clates game, I think, to finish. So I will leave you on this screen so you can kind of see what's going on. And I will see you in a couple of moments. Right, and we're back. Thank you very much for that. So Darius lost 23-0, but your keeper was man of the match. I mean, he had to be. How do you remember how many shots he saved in that game? Must have been absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Welcome in, Console. Lovely to see you, my dude. So Tom and Zealand just spent the entire match talking about American Civil War and papal history. My word. That's a lot of that's a lot to cover in just one game as well. You did not expect that when you tuned in. Sounds wonderful though. Sounds absolutely glorious. I see Lujo has pulled one back against Clates. It does feel like it's surely a little too late though now. Surely there's no chance of a comeback from there. I can see Kurt is chatting in Discord. Nothing there. Let's see. Oh, he's just moaning. He's just moaning. That's absolutely fine. So if you want mind games, ask them about Civil War. Absolutely. Absolutely will. I'm doing well. I'm doing well, Console. How are you, sir? We have just we are currently staring down a seven game winless streak. It's been rough. It's been rough, but we don't. I'm pretty much now at the point where if we don't finish bottom, maybe that's good. We started this league hoping to finish 17th or better. I might start revising that over the next couple of games. As I said, Darius, say something around 30 then. It's a match just for me, evidently, yeah. Because the keeper was the mythical legend of one of our community. That's very cool. That is very, very cool. Right, so Lujo is going to be our next game. Now, he is mid-table, to be fair. And he has made a big song and dance about people using 3-striker formations. So I'm guessing we're going to see a 4-2-3-1, something, you know, something a little bit more standard. And maybe we will match up against it with one of our 4-4-2s. I think that we started this league kind of okay. We had some good performances using pocket dogs. So we're gonna move to pocket dogs, which is very similar to what we use with AC Milan. So that's going to be Mr. Momo Man's zonal marking defense. We have our fullbacks tucking inside. We have our wingers coming back and covering the wide areas so that we end up nice and condensed against the back there anyway. We'll see how that goes. Possibly our route for the next game. It's not necessarily going to be one that matches up well from the research, but I don't think it really matters too much now. I think Pocket Dogs is one of the more fun. We've seen some really good games starting with that. So, you know, if we lose 7-2, that's 9 goals, right? So FM Console, remember what you said in Match of the Delay, set up a chaotic formation and switch it back. Oh no, he didn't like that. He called me a pillock for doing that. Yeah, he didn't like that. Didn't cover what was going on, but yeah. So I suppose we could do that. I mean, all my formations are a little bit dumb. My biggest worry is that we've conceded goals early, so we could be 3-0 down by the time the change back happens. Clates is doing very well. He is doing very well indeed. We were really unlucky against Clates as well. I have pressed continue. I always worry there with the thing there. So what is? Oh, I was just about to click on Lujo so we could check his tactic. I assume it's going to be a 4-2-3-1. I think that's what people says Lujo uses in these kind of things normally. Start in a 3-striker formation and then switch. Evidently the only way we should go about this. Absolutely. So Lujo is up to 7th now. Let's do the lovely little click and continue. And then we will have a nice little gander here. So he's playing a 4-2-2-4. Okay. He's got Haaland. That bodes well. I'm sure we will have no problems with that whatsoever. He does also have a central defence of David Luiz and Lucas Hernandez, though. Was that perhaps because of suspensions? Maybe not. Maybe not looking there. So maybe there's something we can work around there. Do I have Pocket Dogs already loaded in? We don't. So Pocket Dogs 4-4-2. Now we are going with that there. So that's you there. Let's do a little bit of continuing. You there. You there. It's Pablo Mari back in. Jonathan Tah is going to be suspended for the next game. That's not necessarily a bad thing. He's not necessarily done anything to fill us with confidence in the last couple of games. So, you know, maybe not the worst thing in the world, perhaps. So Clates is 6 points clear. He's been like, he's won every game tonight. He started 3 points ahead of Stans. Stans has lost 2 games now. So he's actually I think he's pulled out 9 points from Stans, and whoever was behind him, guess that's worked the space. So Sadarish, new owner in your Malaga save is a pain in the arsehole. Rejects absolutely everything. That is frustrating. That is frustrating indeed. But that's also the challenge, isn't it? It means that you've got something else coming up. It makes the story a little bit more interesting. I think there's some good that can come of it, potentially. So, Mari, Torre, Monterisi, Simakan. Masrati comes in. James Rodriguez and Jonas Wind have not played any games. So we are going with Jonas Wind in. We'll play Osman through the centre. I love Diarasqueta, but I'm going to bring you in there. And then Richardson. Loftus-Cheek returns from his one-day exile for his error. Bento comes back into the starting lineup. And yeah, well, let's see if we can survive. That's all we need, is just to survive a little bit out there. A point that would, if we get ourselves on a point, that is 19 points, exactly 1 point per game, which is what we were aiming for. So it's still very much in sight, which is quite nice. So Sadarish, you've creatively worked around your budget. Loans until the end of next season with optional buying fee makes you safe with transfer ideas. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Although, you know, embrace the challenge. Embrace the challenge, Sadarish. If you've got an owner who's making it harder for you, see what that does to the game. Don't try and find workarounds and exploits. See how it might change it. How it creates a new experience of playing the game, potentially. No, not guaranteed, but we can't change that. We will need to probably move Mari back down to a fullback. He's not a wing back, but yes, gross 6.4. Isaac, oh no, that accepted that change. That's good. I put Richardson in for Torre, not for Muller. I hope it's accepted that change, because I don't have a. Okay, I can move Simakan across. I can move Mari across and put Richardson at left back if it hasn't accepted that change. There might be a moment that I've got a central midfielder in defence. Oh. I think we get away with it. It wouldn't let me change players around on the subs bench. But I think we've got Torre in right at the end there. So Vangelis, you're off to the beach. I don't blame you with that weather. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful evening, my dude. Who are we waiting on? Okay, it's understandable. It is, you know, Nick is an EAFC player. Obviously, EAFC? Yeah, it is EAFC. You know, naturally you want to take a little bit of time. Oh, and then by me doing that, I ended up being the other one that was holding you up. So Bento's in. We should be all right. Thank you very much, Vangelis. We will need it. I say, one more point, and we're doing good. We are exactly where we expected at the start of it all. Right, I do apologise. I try my best not to vape on stream, but if we're going to be waiting, I'm going to. Poison my lungs for a little bit. Remember, kids, vaping is bad. Vaping is not cool. I mean, not that anyone sees me do something and think it's going to be cool. So what are people's plans for the rest of the week? Is anyone watching the England game right now? The Euro 2025? I would love updates on the game. because obviously we were able to miss it. Who do people predict to win the game tonight as well? So we've obviously got the other semi-final in the Club World Cup. Love to know who you guys think are going to go on and win. Right, we're going to say we will try to take the pressure off. We have in our starting lineup, Torre is there, so that is absolutely fine. Let me see if Lujo is around. He is. Let me pop on and say hello.
Certainly, it does seem that we rely on Haaland having 2 games we've won. Haaland was great. The game we didn't win, Haaland was kind of absent.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kev.
Changes.
How are you, sir?
It's going to be fine. Oh, voice chat. Hold on, I'll put my headphones back on.
That'll make sense. Good afternoon, Kev.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
Very good. I'm eating my dinner, so I took my headphones off. My
do,
chat alerted me that you'd arrived.
I do apologise very much. Oh, I do apologise even more.
Yeah, your apology was slightly early there. It's like you saw the future. Alarming.
How's it going?
I mean, it was going well, and then that happened.
If it's any consolation, I think I'm averaging like 4 goals conceded per game. There's plenty of time for everything to go well for you.
Okay.
I'm trying my best to lift everyone's morale with easy wins.
Awesome. Well, I'm eating questionable ranch dressing, so I might disappear partway through if it's really bad.
Oh, that questionable. Just like bad brand, or like it might be off.
It came with a Costco salad last week, and it's been sat in the fridge since, and I'm now dipping pizza into it. So I don't know how long ranch dressing from a Costco salad lasts.
You are brave.
It's not in like a sealed container. It's just in a little pot. So I think it'll be fine.
Well, I shall say it now then. It's been a very brief pleasure to meet you today.
I don't think I can die from it.
I wish your family the best.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's probably going to be okay. If I lose this match, we blame the dressing.
That's reasonable. That is completely...
No personal responsibility. It's always been my policy. I hate taking personal responsibility. I mean, it looks all right, boys and girls. Is it supposed to have all the little green speckles in it?
Yeah, that's texture, right? Does it taste okay?
See, this is the problem. I'm not sure what it's supposed to taste like, because I've not had it before. So, I mean, it tastes like oniony salad cream.
Yeah,
so that's what ranch is supposed to be like. Then it's fine.
I mean, I don't. It's mayonnaise based, so I'm very anti mayonnaise. Like, I mean anti mayonnaise, not like I just don't like it. As in, I
thought you meant you were auntie mayonnaise. Like,
I am auntie mayonnaise. That's just at the weekends. My drag name has been revealed.
That would be. I mean, I'm now trying to picture what auntie mayonnaise would look like. I think it would be great. My chat are asking what the best before date was on it. See, that's the other thing. The best before date was on the salad box that it came in. There was no date on this, because I imagine it's assumed you eat it with the salad, but we didn't. But we thought, well, that's a big pot of something. Let's just pop that in the fridge and we'll probably eat it at some point. And what do you know? Here I am eating it at some point.
It's made to be eaten, right?
Yeah.
Realistically, what's the worst that can happen? Someone in chat reckons you might be in the bathroom for the rest of the day. That's not the end of the world. It's not great.
I've got a Steam Deck and a Switch. I'll be all right. They're both charged.
And to be honest, it's starting to get warm again. So, you know, if you've got tiled floors, they're quite cold. Could be beneficial.
Exactly. Apparently, normally the salad can last 2 days. Well, it's been 5, 6. When was Thursday? What day is it? It's been 6 days. Who knows how long it was on the shelf in Costco for before we had it.
But also the salad might last for 2 days, but the dressing...
Yeah, exactly. I think it's fine. I have no reason to be concerned.
I mean, I should probably at this point mention that I've previously worked in hospitality for 10 years and, you know, generally a source being stored for that long would probably scare me a little, but I don't want to make you panic, so ignore that I just said those words.
Yeah, I'm not a coward. That's the difference there, I think. And the big advantage for the rest of this tournament is that it means I'm not really concentrating on what's going on in the matches because I'm too busy monitoring any noises that come out of my stomach.
And again, but we talked about no accountability. It's perfect.
Exactly.
It's like my drafting strategy to deliberately draft players that aren't necessarily good. And then it's no longer my fault if we lose. I mean, the drafting's my fault, but the games themselves aren't.
Sounds very wise. Why am I not winning? I don't really understand. We were winning earlier and now we've stopped winning. Boys, chat, diagnose the issue. Let's move on from the salad dressing. Why am I not winning? Why has Haaland stopped being good? Has Zealand restarted the game or something without telling me?
Pretty much. That's the only explanation I could go for here.
Maybe the David Luiz experiment is going to be over.
I did see he was in a defence. I like that. Nobody expects the David Luiz.
We did play Jordan Henderson as the libero for a little bit, but now we've got David Luiz there. We are describing him as the chaos engine. Every match, he does something brilliant at both ends. So I mean, he's very much he's my centre back, and look where he is playing that pass. That was brilliant. That's the best of David Luiz. But he will do some absolute nonsense at the other end before the game is over, because that's just how he rolls.
Would he mind doing a little bit more nonsense if he could be so
He'll
kind?
do plenty. Honestly, you don't even have to ask him. He will do plenty.
I might have missed that goal making a substitution.
Right. Let's have a fiddle, boys and girls.
Ooh, So I've got chat saying they reckon you'll be fine. It lasts 3 years. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that.
Yeah, I think maybe if it was a bottle and the bottle was sealed, then I'd be maybe on board with that. But this is a little serving pot where it looks like they've mixed it up in their kitchen, put it in a little serving pot and put like a little takeaway lid on it. I suspect it was fresh. And fresh probably isn't the word they would use if they were selling it today.
Marketing people get creative, so they'd probably try to get away with it nonetheless.
We're still not winning, folks. We're going double Luiz.
Double Luiz. You never go double Luiz.
I mean, it's worked a couple of times. It has its moments.
Please tell me both in defence, both as liberos.
No. I'm not mad. I was tempted to drop Jordan Henderson back into the defence and move David Luiz forward for his attacking prowess, which, again, we've done previously. I've got a headache. Is that food poisoning? I'm paranoid now. I've had a headache emerge. Is that food poisoning, or is it because I've not had my after dinner coffee yet? It's probably the I'm putting you've freaked me out about the sauce. I'm eating the second half of my pizza dry, like a maniac.
It's the best way to eat pizza. Wait a second, is it fresh pizza or is it?
Well, again, this is where the adventure continues. Because
it's 3 months old.
I cooked it at 3:30 and left it out in the kitchen so it got nice and room temp.
You are very brave man today.
There were only 3 flies on it when I went to fetch it from the kitchen just now. So I think 3's fine. I just wafted them away.
That's definitely fine. That means that the majority of flies didn't feel it was like bad enough to go.
Well, I figure the fact that the flies were there suggests it's probably delicious. We lost, boys and girls. We're back. Right, I'm going to continue eating my pizza and then I have to run off to the coffee machine. Right, hold on. I'm going to the coffee machine now because that made only 55 minutes in. I'm going to make coffee. It was an absolute pleasure. I'm going to beat you in the return fixture. Toodle pip. We're going to make coffee, boys and girls.
Enjoy your bathroom trip later as well. Sorry. Well, how about that? I did not expect that, and it did look pretty nervy towards the end of that game as well. We took an early lead, and then we were pretty rubbish in that about from 15 minutes on. But that gets us up to 21 points, which is obscene. Absolutely obscene. So Kaiser wanted Fluminense to go all the way. You and me both. You and me both. Spitfire thought we were going to ask about the England cricket team. Sadly not. It was a pretty brutal end to the last test, to be fair. Welcome in, AC Vic. Lovely to see you, my dude. Ladislav, I'm a massive fan. Doesn't matter who wins the Club World Cup today because either team loses to Chelsea in the final. I wouldn't expect you to say anything else there. Does anyone know when MLS Youth Intake Day and Super Draft is? I have no idea. The praying for him. Technically, you can eat it even later than 3 years. I imagine though that should come down to the storage part of it as well. So Kaiser, this guy's toast. He'll be in the bathroom for the rest of the day. To be fair, I just needed him to not be paying full attention. It seemed to have worked in our favour. Leo, so we're winning a game. We're winning a game. How shit must you be? We're winning a game. Absolutely, absolutely. Gooners are dropping points as well, so that should jump us up a little bit. 0-4 with a draw currently. What game's got most time left? We've got most time left on the Clates versus Crew. Crew is drawing away against Clates, which is a cracking result so far, so we might as well pop on in and catch the end of that game. So AI says ranch dressing typically lasts for 1 to 2 months in the refrigerator after opening, according to multiple sources. Unopened, it can last for a year or more, but should be checked. Yeah, but there's a difference. It's all down to your storage there. So he just said it was like a sachet that came with the salad, rather than like in a bottle that's sealed. And I wouldn't feel that confident in such a situation. Ladislav, it's 2-0 to England. Marvellous. Marvellous. It's a very splendid strike. We did Holland in the mud. So either early or late January, reckons the end basis for both the intake. I suppose the intake and the super draft are going to be, yes, naturally the same thing. Right, does Clates have a late winner in him? Here we go with Coop Miners. Forward to Vlahovic. Vlahovic with a late winner. Oh no. These can't be stopped, Kim Clates. Clates is an absolute terror form right now. So understandably, I think Crew's going to look to ring the changes, chase it in the last few minutes. Be a massive, massive point for Crew away from home against the league leaders. So Sir Darius, you worked over non-EU registration rules. Ooh, don't work them over. Embrace them. Embrace them, Sir Darius. I'm going to always encourage making life even more difficult where possible. Welcome in, Andy Puffer. Trying your skin, love it so far. Just a question, if it's okay. How do you handle transfer first window when there's yet no data available? Go solely on the scouting. So something that I've mentioned whilst on Tony's stream last night on a couple of videos. Well, you've still got attributes. You just have a broader range, so you can still make judgments on kind of the players that you're looking at. You can wait until the end of the transfer window and you've only got a small amount of data to go on, but you've still got some data to go on. What I tend to do is disable the first transfer window because the game is set up where that first transfer window has already been closed, right? When we get the game brand new, the data is locked as if the transfer window's already happened. So that team already has what it thinks is a complete squad. So I quite like having those first few months to be able to assess the squad, see how they play, how they perform, because then I can make judgments and work out where I need to improve down the line rather than dismissing people straight off the bat. So Morin says, from what you've seen, Haaland has been bad for Lujo. Quite unexpected. He did say that Haaland had scored in his last 2 games. I think we caught that just as we joined in there. I mean that is now 3 games in a row because he did score in that one as well. But I'm surprised to hear that he's not been great. As Vlahovic, and that is 2 goals. I imagine Crew was going for it right at the end there. And the sucker punch, absolute sucker punch. Console created a mod to put a transfer ban in place for the entire season on Steam back in the early days. GM Basis, yeah, the first window disabled is the way to go. I find it, like it's so nice to, because again, part of the joy of playing attributeless is discovering players you otherwise wouldn't have done. And so I love being forced in that position where I might end up playing players I would have never given a chance to. And in that first 6 months, they've suddenly got a chance to really stake a place in the team and make me reassess how I looked at them initially. The console says should be there if anyone wants it to block any transfers. Indeed, fair enough. That's a great suggestion. So it is linked in a couple of the videos. I've mentioned it before over on YouTube. So yeah, there's a wonderful transfer ban. It's a year long transfer ban. But if you don't want to use the year-long transfer ban, you can use the disable first transfer window option that comes when you start up the game as well. So Andy, what was the color codes for the attribute ranges? So Andy, if you've got 1.2, where the trait section are, there's a little eye that says click here for attribute key. Click there and it reminds you what the attribute ranges are. It gives you a lovely little key. It will tell you that the big ones are 16 to 20. The next size down is 11 to 15. The next size down is 6 to 10. And the next size down is 1 to 5. If that isn't explained particularly well, if you pop on over to where you downloaded the skin as well, so whether that's the SI forums, whether that's FM Scout or Sort It Out SI, it's explained there as well. There's pictographics to show you exactly how to do it. So you can always have that available as a reference point throughout your save. So Musterman, question more related to your Milan save than this, but when you're doing your recruitment focuses, do you do them one per nation or do you do them per continent or even per league, if that makes sense? I tend to do them per league, so it'd be one per league, but I might send multiple scouts to it because detail level is focused on a by league basis, and I'm always looking for players in the leagues that I've got set to full detail. I find it easier to do it that way. Sometimes I'll do it by competition, so sometimes, you know, I might do the Conference League or the Europa League or something along those lines. So Andy Puffer, sorry, it's a bit strange to skin. Oh, DM Basis answer. Thank you very much. Mr. Grizzly P, it still doesn't sink in that it's been sorted out SI all along. I know. I mean, people just refer to it as Susie, right? Because it looks like Susie. And that's perfectly reasonable. Perfectly reasonable. So 21 points could potentially take us out, should take us out the relegation zone, I think. Crew's now down into 19th. Oh, second yellow card's got. I didn't realise second yellow card had a second win. That's good at least. But it's starting to get cut adrift, which is a little bit unfortunate. Leo, what team do I support? I'm a Villa fan for all my sins. Despite having zero connections to Birmingham whatsoever. I'm not just am I a supporter of a rubbish team, but my reasons for supporting them are rubbish too. Who do you support? A DM basis, perfect. That's what I was thinking. I've not really used them properly since switching to the skin. Indeed. So obviously, the way I play and I have player search disabled, I'm also trying to look to have as broad a number of players scouted as possible, rather than worrying about them finding top quality players. I want to make that assessment using the data. Whereas if I didn't have player search disabled, I probably wouldn't bother with scouts much at all. I'd probably just use the player search and then filter down via metrics from there. I might be more inclined to set scout focuses out in places that I've got less natural coverage, just so that I get the knowledge there. Mr. Grisp used to call that site Sort It Out, Sorty Tootsie, with a weird pseudo-Italian accent. A Sorty Tootsie. I like that. Sorty Tootsie is an amazing name. 100% do I want to hear it called Sorty Tootsie. To anyone who's Italian or maybe just part Italian, I apologize unreservedly. That was a horrible accent. Come on, we just want the results to come through now. Everyone's played their games, so there's no reason for the wait here, but that's all right. Okay, I think Haaland's doing all right for Kev. 14 goals in 18 games. That'll now be 15 and 19. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Second top scorer in the league, behind Isaac, who's on 16. Clates running away with it. He's lost 4 games though, Clates. It's not cut and dry, but there is a similar gap at the top as there is to the bottom. DM bassist. Oh, okay. I have been using the player search mostly, so that's something worth considering. Yes, indeed. Mr. Man, you're back. Welcome in, my dude. So you'll be pleased to know, as I was mentioning it, we were playing with Pocket Dogs, which is one of our formations where we have the fullbacks marking specific position, striker centre right, striker centre left, and our wide midfielders marking the AMR, AML spot like we use with Milan. And we beat Lujo 2-1. So we have now jumped up to 14th. It is very tight down there. There is just 2 points between 14th and the 18th currently. The gap to 8th is starting to open up. We are 8 points currently behind the playoff spots. Clates is now 7 points ahead of the rest of the league. Osman in form. Beautiful stuff. 15 and 19. He's washed, I tell you. Exactly, GNG. So we are up against Brazilian Fury next. Is he going to be using... I believe he is using his blue lock formation. I am not an anime watcher, I must confess. So I am aware that there is an anime called Blue Lock about football. I know nothing about Blue Lock, but I do know his formation quite well. So when he was doing his Octagon challenge, we were talking about it quite a bit. He shared it before. I am familiar with it. I've done no testing on how to counter it, so I am going in a little bit blind. So we'll probably just stick with what's got us a result in the last game. Let's stop overthinking it. Let's just sit back, enjoy, and if we get thumped away from home again, we get thumped away from home. Ladis, I'm a massive fan. Apparently Chelsea is selling a player to Strasbourg for 6 million with a 6 million buyback. Not suspicious at all. Not suspicious in the slightest. So Momo Man, fantastic stuff. Maybe the players' IQ are so low they can't tell players apart, so they have to mark positions instead. Indeed. I mean, granted, Lujo wasn't playing 3 up top. He was playing a 4-2-2-2 with a winger and an attacking midfielder. So not a Marco Rosa. There's Marco Rosa narrow, and Unai Emery is the one that uses the wide 4-2-4 in game. I can never remember exactly. So yeah, a halfway house between the two of them. Samoan, when playing without attributes, do you completely disregard attributes, or do you use them to get a rough idea of the player? I use them to get a rough idea of the player. Generally speaking, all I'm really looking for is really, really big or really, really small attributes. So Osman here, I care that he's really good at finishing, really good heading, really good off the ball, really good acceleration and pace. That's brilliant. I also want to note that he can't cross, he can't tackle, positioning isn't great. None of those things are particularly important to me of what we'd want him to do, so they don't matter. And that is generally speaking the amount that I'm bothered. Now, if you are someone that likes to play with a DNA, maybe you have a set core attributes, I would suggest that you want to focus on them being at least good or better. So the second size of attribute up and upwards, potentially. So here we go. Let's see. Can I see Brazilian in a room? I can. So I'm going to pop on in and say hello to him. Hello, sir. How you doing?
Hello. Yes, a bit of an unexpected meeting, but here we are. Max needed a substitute for today, so given that I was helping him out last week, figured I'd jump in.
No, absolutely. Beautiful. I'm looking forward to this game now. Not that I wasn't before.
Of course. It's just more so it's nice to have somebody familiar to talk to on my end, specifically here amongst all these strangers and other FM figures, and I'm like, I know Musterman. Yes, let me go say hi to him and all that.
Tell me about it. I always feel so weird going into a room and like just being very casual and going, oh, hi. Because it's not really the time to do full introductions.
Yeah, definitely not the place, like not the environment, if you will, on that front. So a bit tricky.
I see you working your magic so far. Managed to pull Macwell out of the relegation zone.
Pretty much, yeah. That's been the big get. Chat wants a top 8 finish, and I just feel like it's up to me to at the very least try to deliver on, like, let's aim for mid-table first as the half of the season's wrapping up. Then we can start thinking about top 8. But I think it's feasible. The new kind of style that we have Max's guys playing now is working out a little bit better in terms of grabbing results. We just got unlucky in the last one because Leon Bailey decided to turn triangles into fucking squares with a 2-foot tackle that gave him a red card in the 20th minute of the game. So we were kind of boned from the jump after that.
I would welcome your players to do the same for this game as well.
Please don't.
So a quick question. Now, I disable seeing what roles opposition managers are using. I'm looking though at the formation. It does look quite like Blue Lock.
It's very similar to what we were running during the Tomar season 12. I will say that, just because that's what I've been the most familiar with in terms of the player roles. We did change some of the styles of it, like more so supportive roles rather than highly attacking roles like I have with that team, just because some of the players are not like, I mean, Dine is good, but I don't think is like a wing back on attack that I would throw around left, right, and center. Like Hakimi, on the other hand, could do that type of thing.
Oh, the slander on Luca Dine. Luca Dine is the greatest fullback that's ever existed until he leaves Villa, and then he's rubbish.
He's been the best player in this team, unironically. Like, in terms of average ratings and assists, he's been the guy in this club. I just don't want him running around and attack back and forth and wearing himself out more often than not, because he's had a couple of issues in a couple of these games. But otherwise, I like what Max drafted. There's a foundation here.
I like it because I think he has like 3 Villa players from what I remember. There's Bailey, there's Dine, and there was someone else. Maybe.
Going through the list here. Yeah, we're having to rotate a couple. So unfortunately, the main man, Dan Burn, is also going to be out since he's on a yellow warning. And I'm trying to wear some of those out.
That's understandable. Sorry, bear on. I've just got to deafen. I think I need to just speak with chat for a second.
You're good. Mm-hmm.
Over on YouTube, guys, just to say, I appreciate you all have your rights to your own personal views. I will ask very, very kindly that you maybe don't preach one way or the other. Otherwise, I will have to probably ask you to rein it in, maybe pop you on timeout for a bit. So I'll just ask you to be respectful of each other, and we can move forwards from there. Right, sorry, I am back. Am I back? I am back, but now Brazilian Fury is deafened, so that's all good. So there was a anime, a football anime in the 90s with real Serie A players called Viva Calcio. That does sound quite cool. Time to show them who the real Gooners are. I mean, I will make no confession to such. No confession to such whatsoever.
Yeah, just had to talk to chat as well too. We're good to go now. So best of luck to you, Musterman.
Good luck, my dude. Well, not too much good luck. For the rest of today, absolutely.
Sure, but now not so much. Yeah.
Right, so nickname, what is the blue lock formation you mentioned? So the blue lock formation is the formation that Brazilian Fury was using for his União de Tomar save. Really, if you haven't caught it before, it's over on YouTube, over on Brazilian Fury's channel. Absolutely fantastic series. Are you still streaming it every now and then after winning everything?
Every once in a while. every once in a blue moon, yeah. I did decide to do the Octagon save side of the spectrum just as a means to stream a little bit more, to start doing like a streaming version of it, completely new teams, new environment and whatnot. So we are, I think we got a job. We got a job with Black Leopards for that version of it, and we're 2 streams into that one, and about getting halfway through that first season.
I managed
second tier South African Championship. So yeah,
I'm pleased to say I managed to catch the last, I think, 2 seconds of yesterday. as I joined, it ended.
I started earlier than expected for those over the past couple of days. Again, just trying to do somewhat consistent streaming. We'll see how that works out over the next week and a half.
Yeah, so just bear in mind. Again, guys over on YouTube, I will ask you one last time. Just drop it now. I do appreciate you all, but I will pop you on timeout and stuff. Respect one another. It's not really a conversation that I think we should be having. Let's play. Let's enjoy some football, Manda. Sorry, Chris. Here you go. Oh, Dybala with a chance.
Dybala hitting the little stair, crazy.
That's the biggest chance I think so far, but you've been very much in the ascendancy so far. Standing play by Dina. There he is, the man.
Okay. Good work there.
Oh, my goalkeepers can't clear the ball.
Chance. Oh, I would have liked him to maybe try to pass on that one, but I appreciate the attempt.
Right, I think we need to make our sweeper keeper defensive. We seem to be seeing our goalkeepers giving the ball away very, very carelessly a lot. So I had someone in chat talking about, because I don't actually know what Blue Lock is. I don't watch anime, I'm afraid. But there was a 90s manga called Viva Calcio. Are you familiar with it?
Viva Calcio, I have heard the name before. I'm trying to think off the top of my head specifically. I don't think I've read it, but I've heard the name pass by before specifically on it. I'm assuming it's like an Italy exclusive situation there.
So yeah, it involved real Serie A players at the time as well.
Okay, gotcha. That's understandable. That's pretty cool. I'll have to go find it for myself. In terms of my sort of knowledge as a whole, I started with Captain Tsubasa way back in the day, like when I was growing up in Brazil, and then eventually into the newer series, like Whistle. I remember reading that. Aoashi and Blue Lock are kind of the newer kids on the block that have been really, really enjoyable to go and see. Giant Killing is very good as well because it's very much like a lower, it's like a fictional team in the J League that is very much like tactically wise. They kind of play as like giant killers type of style, in which the manager is very like defensive oriented and whatnot. Coming out of like England initially to take over like his, I think it was the team that he was part of their youth academy at one point. I don't remember the exact details, but it was fun. Yeah, good times. Mild distractions there as we're setting up for the second half here. But yeah, Blue Lock is interesting because I don't even... It is a show where it's the football is the basis of it, but it's more kind of like an action, like battle royale style of series rather than like fully sports oriented. It has the sports DNA to it, but it's definitely more, I would say, more like battle royale oriented with the style of in the premise of it as a whole. Super interesting in a way.
Like a sitcom, football is just the situation.
Pretty much. Mm-hmm. Okay.
My specialty so far tonight has been doing okay in the first half, making changes in the second half, and collapsing. So I'm hoping we can keep on track with that.
Mm-hmm. We had situations too where we've grown into a couple of games, but then some in which like the first half was good and then the second half was sort of just okay at best. That's the second post we've had all game. Good lord. It's
So
gonna be one of those, isn't it?
Arter, we're doing a mixture of both, which means that in that very particular situation, someone should have been paying attention to Sun. But yeah, my defenders don't seem to like doing their job, bless them. Our strikers, however,
Good lord. What? I got a little bit about that one. Still early in the second half, but not an ideal way to like start for me. For you, that's wonderful.
No,
for
no,
me,
I
not so much.
I think that's a perfect way to go. I mean, if I were you, I'd down tools now. Don't bother trying. Sub off like Boniface.
I mean, I can't. He just scored, so you know. Off a set piece too, which this is like the second set piece goal we scored, I think, through the league. Actually,
I feel like I might be the only person whose set pieces aren't at the near post, and it's all random, right? So we're not allowed to touch set pieces at all.
Yeah,
it's all the set piece coaches, and like every game tonight, everyone's has been going to the near post. I'm like, oh, I've got a man who's 6'8" and I can't use him. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah. No, it's been crazy. Like I was talking with Max about it last week, and it's like that's an interesting way of doing it. But I feel that again, if it's randomized like that, it feels like some people will benefit depending on their player makeout, and some will just get boned by it, regardless of how it goes. Dina, I
mean, I can't complain. We scored from a corner.
Quick for substitutions, just to let you know. Yeah.
Right, so just pausing to make changes.
Yeah, I'm doing the same as well, so figure I'd just let you know.
So Rui, the rules of this league is to stop the use of corner exploits. We're just not allowed to touch them at all. So we set it up as we go through the wizard and we follow the instructions of our assistant manager, and then we delegate it to them, just so that there's no exploits being used, and it just makes it nice and neutral. Unfortunately, it does then become a little bit down to luck, and we send ours to the far post, which sadly we've got a couple of goals from it, but just not quite as ideal as we would like. Let's make that change.
Oh boy, all right. Well, this is either going to be feast or famine for us, knowing how these games have gone. Because we had a similar highlight against Stans near the end of our game, and that boned us completely. I guess, is he off?
Yeah, that's fine.
No,
they're not even checking.
Oh! Let's go. I thought the flag went up for a second, so that's why I was like, wait. Incredible. Bodyface has just been in the right place at the right time a lot in these particular games. It's been crazy.
I mean, I should have paused, but I'm going to pause now.
Yeah, go for it. I need to do one last thing as well, too, on my side of the spectrum, so by all means. That's a good thing at the very least with talking with a couple of folks, like when you're doing these, like, sort of like live PvP style ones, is that at least you can communicate when that's happening, so people are not having hard feelings like in a couple of the games I've seen.
Exactly. Mark right onto the left. So actually, you on there. You like that. You like that.
Okay, there we go. Like, did halfway of my adjustments, I'm like, wait a minute, no, I had to do one more thing, and then now it should be good to go. So whenever you're ready.
Yeah, last few bits there, done.
There we go, yep. We'll see how the dice fall. And the dice fall to a highlight, so, oh boy.
heavy
Good
touch.
thing we need there. Solely getting a yellow immediately after coming in is not ideal, but thankfully there's only like 5 minutes left. Good takeaway from him though here on that one. Marmouche.
You've got 4 men over.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. That should have been the sign, seal, and deliver right there, but
Absolutely, but you should hold on now. There you go.
yeah, GG's, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, well played, dude. Well played.
Thank you. Take care. Good. Best of luck with the rest of the games. I think we've got like 3 or 4 more to go in the session from if it's anything like last week.
I would assume so, indeed. Well, I mean, so I think the aim is to be finishing around 8 p.m. UK time, or
Which right now it's what, like 6:17 for you guys?
it is
PM?
indeed, yeah. So 3 p.m.
Okay, gotcha.
Eastern summertime. Is it EST?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yes,
I can't remember the.
There's 4 time zones in the US. I would not expect anybody to like get them right off the bat unless they lived here. So completely fine.
Well, it's also because it changes as well, like everywhere in the world, between summertime and not summertime. You're like, so
Exactly.
that's 8 time zones depending on when in the year it is.
Yeah, pretty much. So, but yeah, thanks again, Musterman. I appreciate you. We'll see you around, and again, best of luck with the rest of the games.
Likewise, take it easy, dude.
Take care. Bye.
So backing the Blues, we've won a game. We beat Lujo 2-1. We are back to losing games. Away from home, that's kind of standard. And I think we might go on in and watch, I suppose, work the space and top pick of the games that have most time left. So let's pop on in there. Darmy has been amazing off the bench. We've started him a couple of games.
Honestly, I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
I'm sure we might have only started him 1 game so far tonight, and he absolutely sucked starting. But off the bench, that is 2 games now where he's come off the bench and scored within 10 minutes, like an absolute star. Grizzly P, Captain Subasso, basically taught you how to read. Fair enough. So yeah, Lord Emperor Altair, we don't specifically do one thing or the other. So some systems are set up to mark the player. Some systems are set up to mark the positions. Some systems are set up to do a hybrid of them. Some systems are set up to do none of them. So we do have various different approaches. And if you watch, like, it's difficult to pinpoint exactly, as work the space makes it 3-2, 70th minute, Nkunku there. Yes, there's, like, I do discuss different approaches at different times in different Moneyball Clinic videos. Because depending on what you're doing overall, different things are appropriate. So it's a little bit tricky to say, like, specifically right now what to do when. The systems that I've tested out and I've been trying, they will all have different approaches. And because you can't really, we're playing on key highlights and stuff like that. Generally speaking, it's a case of chucking stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. And again, we did as promised. Half time, we made a change, and we probably got worse in the second half. Bless it. 4-4-2, chuck it long at the end. If only. I when we conceded that goal and it asked, do I want to make the changes? I should have clicked no at that point, because then when I realised I went into change, I'd used all my substitutions and I no longer was able to bring on another striker. But well, it's not the end of the world. Yes, we beat Kev. Exactly. And Mr. Grizzly P rarely uses the mark specific player position. As I say, it's always down to the whole structure of things. So you've seen enough of the Milan series. You know that I often use the system we used in the first half where we mark position to try and get those fullbacks to stay nice and tucked in. I tend to use mark specific player a lot less frequently. Mainly because they can get pulled out of place really easily, and having another one of your defenders being smart enough to cover that space can be really frustrating. You'll see like your centre back mark a player, and their player will move to the other side. Your centre back follows And your other centre back just kind of watches as someone runs into that space, and you're like, just use your brain. But obviously they don't have brains. They're fictional. So Grizzly P, the only time you use it is when you play 4-3-3 narrow with 3 strikers. Last FM. Fair enough. So you're to blame for the cropping up of multiple 4-3-3 of 3 striker formations. It's an offside. And Kunku was offside from the shot because he was still by. That is crazy. But it stood. What? It stood after VAR. Oh, Nick RTFM has been absolutely robbed. Absolutely robbed. England are 3-0 up against Netherlands now. Well, hey, beautiful stuff. Grizzly P, you just copied Kate's. Fair. Right, Hernandez with the corner. Sends it in. Nunes attacking the ball. Stanisic attacking the ball, and it's over. It's over. Who scored the goals for England? And, so the 8 o'clock game is it 8? It is 8 o'clock. France versus Wales. So if Wales lose, they can get knocked out. Or they are knocked out. If France lose, everyone's on 3 points going into the final round. That should be quite cool. Here's Lavia to Zalazar, Florian Wirtz. He's clawed it back. Beautiful stuff. I mean, that's the least he deserves, surely, for that offside goal. That is shocking. I still can't get my head around it. Are they suggesting this could have been offside? I mean, it did take a... Surely you check at that point, and he was still onside at that point anyway. Although WTS has been robbed himself. There's an own goal in there as well. So it was the games coming up now that we kind of said we think we might be able to win at least one of them. So the game against Crew, it's a home game for us, which is obviously quite cool. We did, however, lose 5-1 to Crew in the opening game of the season. So we won't get ahead of ourselves. The game against Arteray, we were very, very unlucky to lose last time out. It was an away game, very, very level. But he won 2-0. So I feel like we might have a chance there, perhaps. So Lauren James scored twice now, and Stanway once. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Thank you very much for the update, nickname. And what, we got 20 minutes or so left in that. Nunes and On Meridian. It's 3-4. The flag stayed down. They might be checking it, but the flag has stayed down. And it stands. If Clates is winning, he's going to be like potentially 10 points clear now. We might need to wrap it all up already. It's got a 4-2-2-2 from Nick there. Well, the space is sticking to the 3-4-3 this time, which is quite nice. Is he going to switch it up to something to chase in the last few moments? Potentially. So do I have an all-time favourite tactic or philosophy? Usually run as few defenders as you can, sometimes only a right back. So who was it who was talking about that earlier? Sir Darius was talking about that earlier as well, that he played a game where he played with just a wing back on attack as his only defender. So I don't really have an all-time favourite tactic. I like the exploration of ideas. Now, if you are to kind of push like that Pep Guardiola era Barcelona was glorious. The aspect of what they were calling tiki-taka at the time, which was those short movements of the ball very, very quickly between defence and midfield, just to get the opposition to micro-adjust, just to squeeze them over like a few feet to create passing angles, and the quick interchanging was obviously wonderful to watch. It was beautiful, beautiful football, played with intensity and great technical quality and really, really fun to watch. So I'll always veer towards some sort, and there's the Liska with the equaliser. Oh my word, WTS with another incredible game. So yeah, that will always hold a fond place in my memory. I probably veer towards a more possession-based approach personally, but yeah, I just love I love ideas. I love football. I love how you can look at different tactical approaches and how they impact the different strengths and weaknesses. I just think that's really fun to explore and to see what different people do. As Omeridian looks to get a late winner, and it wasn't offside apparently. Oh, now GNG, as an NFL NBA fans know, the top teams can struggle once the playoffs start. We don't talk about the playoffs. We don't talk about the playoffs. I still can't believe we got knocked out. Yeah, sure they made it through. But this was a year where we were actually quite good. Yeah. And Mr. Momoman will go for Vengable. That's a fair shout. A fair shout indeed. What a game. 4-4 between WTCS and Nick there. That was the last game. So that would mean... Okay, no, so Stans is back up into second once we get through these and we see the results. So maybe Clates doesn't pull out more of a lead. Unless Stans loses and Clates wins, then it would be 10 points, which would be quite crazy. So looking at this, 6:30, I reckon we're probably going to get at least 3 more games in. At least 3 more you would expect. And if it wants to stay on this screen where we had a win, that would very much be in my favour. I very much appreciate it. All right, let's see what we got going here. Thank you very much for the follow, Corbo, as well. Welcome in. How are you doing? How's your week been so far? What are the results? What are the results? We reached the heady heights of 14 for just a brief moment. Cool. Sorry, just getting some messages. It's not something relevant, I don't think. I can double check on that information there. So we now drop down to 16th. We had big win for Lujo. Mulu is up there. Munu's had to drop out for the rest of the evening, unfortunately. Crew got a win, so that's going to become a big game now. Very, very big game. We're going to be really tight down there. And 04 lost to... That was against Crew. Okay, so Crew is in a good run against teams in and around him. So we can see what the impact is. So Corbo, you're born from Flames from YouTube. Well, welcome on over to the Twitch side of things. How are you doing, my dude? How are you doing? So Lord Emperor Arte, what is your... You said that you like to run as few defenders as you can, but what is your all-time favourite tactic, if you have one? Osman's going to be missing for the next game. That's fine. I mean, it's a bit disappointing that he's not our top scorer. So, not the biggest loss out there. We'll bring Simeone in. Beto will go onto the bench. You become a fullback on support. I didn't see anything much from the Rodriguez in the couple of games he's played. I've not seen him be bad per se, just haven't seen really anything much from him. So we're going to bring in Diarsketa and Kulu. Granted, probably would bring out Vind as well, but we'll give him one more game to potentially impress. It's 4 now for England with Ella Toon. Second assist for Russo. Oh my God, Russo's such a good player. I love Alessia Russo. What a player. Definitely my favourite player in the England squad at the moment. She's kind of got a little bit of everything. She can create, she can score, her movement is really, really good. She can bully opposition defenders as well. Quality player. Quality player. So Corbo wants me to try Mari as a wide centre-back. So Corbo, as we said, we have a whole load of tested things. Wide centre-backs really, really struggled in all the variations that we tested them in. So we won't be doing that, I'm afraid. But yeah, he sits out on the flank at the moment just to give us a little bit more protection. We are going to be facing a game very, very soon where we have no players whatsoever. Look at those suspensions. So let's have a look. Is Crew about in chat? He doesn't appear to be. I'm going to pop into room just in case he wants to come in and join. See if he's about. Kryptonic, you've picked up on fart works. Fart does indeed work. Momo Man, so glad Russo is at Arsenal. Exactly. What a player. What a player. So it's 2 yellow cards to a suspension. So yeah, there's going to be games where some people just have no players whatsoever. It's going to be absolutely manic in that regard. Let's see, Maserati, Richardson, Daramy. We've already clicked continue. Do we swap wind at the last minute? Fuck it, I'm swapping wind at the last minute. There we go. We'll give Beto the start. We will give Beto the start. Jonathan Tarr didn't do any better at right back. He's in a bad run, so I probably should have had. Yeah, now it locks in after I make one change from the starting lineup. So Simican's been bad for us at right back. Bowie's on a 6.95 to be fair. He was really, really bad in my test. Like consistently awful. Maybe we need to get him into the starting lineup, give him a chance once more. So I guess that can be saved for the game against Arturo. Samoan, bit of a weird question. Do I think FM24 will have the possibility of players changing gender and therefore change from female to male leagues or the other way? Mine, I can say categorically that won't happen because FM25 won't exist. I would be very, very surprised if that's a feature that would be incorporated, as there's not really much of a precedent for it happening in the professional game. It would be quite a shock for it to be part of their feature set whilst working on an entirely new game engine. So I doubt it. Just going to keep on scanning for Crew. Sadly not. So Crew is going to be playing. We're seeing another narrow 4-2-3-1. Big Robbo absolutely destroyed us with that in the last time we came up against it. We were destroyed by him in the very first game we played against him as well. Harry Kane, just everything he touched was just absolute quality. I think he finished with 2 goals and a assist, and like it was thoroughly deserved. It absolutely ran away. Like most of our away games, we were thoroughly outplayed. Let's see though, does the revenge talk help us? Let's see how we get on. Let's go into the game. Simeone and Beto. Daramy gets a start. Diarra comes in for James. Crew's got. He started with his Kane in midfield. I suppose. I mean that's where Kane's going to end up anyway, right? You play him as a striker and you find him playing as your deep lying playmaker. Nickname wants exactly. The remontada. I mean, it's not quite the 2-leg thing, but I am. If we can win 5-0, that's what we need. Just a simple 5-goal overturn. Right, we've started off okay, a couple of good chances. Not quite good enough to make a highlight, but we do seem to be doing well. Normally at this time in the last few games, I've shouted stuff at them. I've encouraged and so forth, and then our momentum's dropped. So I'm not going to do that right now. And let's see what Daramy can cook up. He finds Mari into Diarra, across to Maserati, all the way back to Monterisi. And he just passing it between us. Can we draw them out a little bit? Monterisi across to Torre. Kane is lurking. Richardson with a heavy touch. Monterisi wins the header. Richardson sends it forward again. Beto knocks it down for Simeone. Simeone puts Daramy in behind, and Daramy there, once again, is our star. Daramy, this time makes an impact on the start. That's his 3rd goal this evening. That's 4 so far in the tournament, making him our 2nd joint top scorer with a couple of other players. Can Crew respond immediately? Here is another corner into the near post. Dallo to the edge of the box. It's in off the post. What a beautiful strike from Diego Dallo. He takes a touch. Goes in off Isaac Toure. Depay now sends the cross in. Great work there from Schüttler to send it back. I mean, if it did take a deflection that took it inwards, I mean, yeah, it wouldn't have been on target. So it feels like a harsh own goal, but technically makes absolute sense. And apparently Dallo's shot doesn't count as a shot. So we are currently 1-1 despite having not faced a shot. Incredible stuff. Right, Daramy now. He is our magic man. He gets the ball back. Daramy beats his man, creates space. Daramy, it's a good save from Emi Martinez. Saves down low to his right. Here comes Crew. Robinson with a throw in to Mendes. Brays Mendes. Plays it all the way back to Van der Ven. Van der Ven psychs out Simeone. Here's Robinson to Depay. Depay with the cross coming surely. It is to Mendes. It's blocked this time by Toure. Only as far as Palacios. Just wide. No, it's deflected again. Good last ditch defending. Right, let's fire up. Depay's going to take the corner. The highlights haven't ended. Depay sends it in. Schüttler's the target, but Al Mazrati gets there first. Out for a throw-in. Surely that's the end of the highlight. Surely that's the end of the highlight. It is indeed. It is indeed. So Arter, mid-naughty noughts. Milan is your favourite. World-class players in every position. Since Pep's came in, fall asleep watching possession football. Seems like they're cheap imitations of him. Sorry, you're saying that Pep is cheap imitation of mid-noughties Milan, or you're saying that the cheap imitations of Pep's football is what's made you get bored of possession football? Imagine conceding a goal with 0 shots and still being better than Diego Costa. yeah, exactly. So at the end of the half, we have still faced 0 shots on target. We've played well. We do not need to make any changes. I'm going to tell them that I think they're doing well. Bit harsh for Toure to get registered with the own goal, even if technically it's right. We are going to bring on Loftus-Cheek. Let's see how we get on in the second half. So no, those after Pepper cheap imitations. Understood. That's fair. Right. How will the second half go? Early chance, that's good. Are we seeing any, though, change in momentum? Crew, there we go. Starting to shift in his favour. Looks like he might have made some changes to wrest a little bit more control. But here we come with Beto. Beto drops it back to Tar. Tar returns it to Beto. Beto out on the outside. Is he going to send the cross in? No, he's just going to let Ugarte take the ball off his toes. And here's Van der Ven now. Van der Ven, though, just waiting till the very last moment to pass it across. Now Dallo. Dallo goes around the outside of Kulusevski, and here's Kane. Loftus-Cheek comes back, does his job. It's a very, very soft pass to Bento there. Monterisi into Loftus-Cheek. Loftus-Cheek finds Beto now. Beto out to Daramy. Can Simeone stay on side? Get the cross in. And it's Beto at the near post. He goes down. The referee says penalty. Pep actually never likes possession for the sake of possession. Exactly, Mr. Grizzly P. Although, sometimes slow control of possession is for a reason, and it can seem like possession for the sake of possession. Simeone steps up.
Don't you want Simeone to score? Don't you need Simeone to score? Would you love Simeone to score? You better get Simeone to score.
Oh, you better get Simeone to score. It might have come from the penalty spot, and Crew has paused it at exactly the right time. Look at that. That is frame perfect moment to pause. In fact, we can probably go something like this. Beautiful, beautifully lined up. We can see Simeone, the whole goal to aim for. That is 2-1. What does Crew have in response, though? Are we going to see substitutions? Are we going to see a change of formation? I feel like we've played quite well so far. I mean, that penalty is going to boost our XG, but that will take us up to about 2.3. 2.3 indeed, yeah. Lots of shots. Not too bad. So I think at home, Pocket Dog seems to be doing okay. I mean, if we pick up 7 points tonight from 7 games, that's great. If we play more than that, we'll want to pick up a few more. But yeah, just chugging along at that 1 point per game moment, right into the top corner. Simeone. So we've not seen a change in shape, but he's brought on Adrian Truffert at left back. Maybe a couple of little changes there. We've got, here we go. Here's a chance perhaps. Daramy, great first touch, sends the cross in. Dallo gets there. Van der Ven gets it away. Maserati gathers. Here's Pablo Mari. Pablo Mari going on the outside. Pablo Mari raging forwards, and Daramy there at the far post. Woo! That'll do nicely. That's why we signed Daramy. Let's take... Oh, that's why it's doing that. It's because the reversed is weird. So we swap it round, and it didn't change it anyway. Yeah, Daramy's like 5'9", no, he might be 5'11", but he wins a pretty decent number of headers. That's why he's our pacey winger option. I can't actually read this when it comes through because my screen here is too small. So I don't know what his header win rate is exactly. Was it like 38? No, it's 47%. 47% is absolutely crazy for a winger. Like above 30% is good. Is good for a winger. What a star he is. What a star he is. So Mr. Grizzly P is asking, who would win a match between mid-noughties Milan and late 80s, early 90s Milan? Surely... I mean, I'm going to... I really want to hear Arte's opinion on it. I feel like the mid-noughties Milan... Just like... I feel like they'd run rings around them. And that sounds really controversial because late 80s, early 90s Milan was sensational. Toure with the header at the far post. We want 2 more goals so that we are tied 6-6 on aggregate over the two ties. But we are going to start making changes, and that change is going to come in the form of Beto coming off. Just Beto coming off, in fact. No need to make substitutions for the sake of it. Beto hasn't been bad. We saw him win a couple of key headers, which was very, very nice. But he won the penalty as well, but didn't really see him involved otherwise. Oh, welcome in, Tanner. How you doing? Lovely to see you, my dude. How's it going this week? Have you got anything exciting planned coming up? So Arte's going for the 80s. Controversial, perhaps. Only because you said that your favourite was the noughties. Not that it is controversial in and of itself. Right, here we go. They're pouring forwards. But Loftus-Cheek comes back, does the defensive work. Good lad. Arrasqueta just swings it forward. It's knocked down by Simeone, and Loftus-Cheek is there once again. Takes a little bit too long on it, but it's okay. The ball comes as far as Daramy. Daramy will play it safe to Tar, and then look to jump down the line inside with Maserati. Play it safe inside to Monterisi. He finds Jonas Vind, but Van der Ven steps in, and now can Crew come on the counter-attack? Not with passing like that. Toure reads it well. Not with maintaining possession like that. The touches are loose, they're heavy, they're poor from both sides. It's clearly wearing on them the long season. Tar now into Vind. Here's Daramy on a hat-trick, but this time will he turn creator? He feeds Vind. Vind from a yard out strikes it against Dallo behind for a corner. So Tanner, nothing crazy. Tuned in on your lunch break. How's the league going? We're not bottom of the league, Tanner. We're not bottom. That's all that matters. As Simeone looks to make it 4-1, and Crew is about to ring the changes. We've won a game, we drew a game, we've lost some games. We've lost some games very, very badly, but that's kind of what we were expecting. We are currently outside the relegation zone, and that's all that matters. After this game, we've got another home game as well, so a possible chance. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. A very, very, very small chance of back-to-back wins, which is almost unheard of. So Arteta says Naughties wins the midfield battle, though. That's my thinking, is that the midfield battle alone, I think it's not even a gulf in quality, right? Because Milan's midfield back then was absolutely sensational. But I think the style of football with the quality that Milan had in the Naughties will just be able to control the game and therefore minimise the strengths of late 80s, 90s. Right, some more changes, and those are going to be Diarra coming off for James, Kulu coming on up front. We've got some players that are tired, and we're going to put Simakan on as well. So we will pop Jonathan Tah in midfield. We are playing we are playing with 5 centre backs to end the game. Centre backs at full backs, centre backs at defensive midfield. As Daramy comes forward. Daramy low cross, no one's there. Ugarte can sweep up. Just cool as you like. Back to Martinez. And away come Crew with Ødegaard. Ødegaard now has loads of space out wide. Maserati just doesn't even fight for it. Adam Plozic feeds Baumgartner. It's a great save from Bento. Get in, Bento. And Mr. Moman, as I said, remontada, but you didn't embarrass yourself like a certain Royal White. So this is the problem, is we need 2 more goals for the remontada, Mr. Moman. We need to at least equal. So we need 6-6 for the goal difference, as far as I'm concerned. I'm delighted that we've won 3-1. That is a huge, huge result for us. Great result. We deserve it as well. Very, very dominant performance. Sensational stuff. And be keen to see what impact that has now. I say we could potentially get a little bit further forwards. All right, so let me just jump out of Discord there. We've got a couple of games left. Okay, it's work the space, and it is once again looks like the game to look at. The one that we've got time remaining. 3-2 down. We know that this game could probably end 5-5. If there is anything we know about work the space, it's late drama. It's in fact it's 3-3 by the time we join. Incredible. So Grizzly P says, you think the Sachi's side would have no answer for Pirlo pulling the strings from deep with protection from Gattuso and Ambrosini? Exactly. Well, the strike force of Hullet and Van Basten might be enough to overpower Ancelotti's background. That's again, I think, as well. So you trust their press more in the 80s? Okay. Another game where work the space has dominated in terms of XG. I mean, it's not the scoring side of things. It's not like he's underperforming XG with his goals, but the defense is conceding like crazy. And he's got Bono in goal. He's currently now playing a 3-3-4. Gotta love it. Absolutely going for the jugular. Stokes desperate to hold on. Stokes had the lead for 5 minutes there. Before that, he had the lead for 11 minutes. So it's just back and forth. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Now, whilst this game is going on, I'm going to leave you to watch it. I'm going to nip to the toilet in a moment. So I will turn the camera off, disappear for a few seconds, and I'll catch back to you in probably a minute or so. Right, I'm back. And typical. So the one I'm like, yeah, we can leave it here. There'll be loads of goals. There hasn't been any. I mean, there is still time. There is still time as Rashford cuts out the pass, feeds Talisca. Talisca back to Rashford. Rashford has pace. He can really surge down the left now. He's got space for the cross. Can he get it across? Bremer gets there though. Clears it away. Only as far as Simicus. Marino. Back to Kimpembe. Going back out wide to Costa Simicus. Back to Kimpembe. He almost loses out and De Bruyne just hoofs it clear with 1 minute left to hang on. Is there late drama here? WTS giving his players a Red Bull before every match. Every game has tons of goals, doesn't it just? Sensational stuff. And here comes Talisca. Livramento completely free. Sends it across. Kevin Trapp to win 4-3 in the 95th minute. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Bensabiani to Nkunku. Overcommitting from the defender there. And then the defensive structure just absolutely collapsed. Livramento was free. The guys in the middle were free. Horrible, horrible stuff for Stokes right at the depth there. But great entertainment. Great entertainment. And we can continue now. What do we want to go to? It's competitions, matches. Is it latest events updates? I think it is that loads. I can never remember if it's latest event updates or the other one. WTS is on those 90s Milan supplements. It does look that way, doesn't it? It does look that way, just a little bit. Oh, crew, welcome in, my dude. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. GG, good games between the two of us. So between that first game and that second game, absolutely sensational. 5-1 and 3-1. You win on aggregate. That's what counts, right? That's what counts. Now, if you guys aren't following crew, dear God, you should be. One of the most wonderful people. I love his YouTube videos. They are just absolutely sensational, but a phenomenally entertaining streamer as well. And currently in a fight with the rest of us down near the bottom, where we all belong. So I'm going to always have a soft spot in that regard. The Italians and supplements they totally never happen. Indeed. Best of luck to you, my dude, as well. Well, I mean, I say that. If it goes badly, I will be in company with you down near the bottom. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. And yeah, let's see how it goes. Bill's in. Welcome in, Bill. Lovely to see you, my dude. How's it going? How's the week been so far? So let's see what that does for the table. I'm guessing we're probably going to be bouncing back up to maybe around 14th. And then I think we're going to be in this constant bubble between like 14th and 18th until we then hit that run again of difficult games. So we got a lucky win last time out against Stans. We got a good result against Zealand. But once we hit that run for the second half of the season, I think we might come up against some tricky situations. So we jump up to 13th. 04 also gets the win. RDF Tactics gets the win. That drops Munu down. Guna's dropped down as well. But yeah, look at that. There's 3 points difference between 14th and 19th. It is very, very close there. Arta's having a bad session. He's now down to 12th. I'm very surprised by that. Very, very surprised by that. Big Robbo is just about holding on the outskirts, but you're starting to feel like the top half. 30 points there to 6th, 33. And then we've got a battle for second between Zealand, Work the Space, Top Pick, and Stans. And Clates has just won it all. We might as well give Clates the title now. Just hand him to it. So right, we've got 2 more games. Perfect. That's good. So we will have the game against Arteray, and then the obligatory defeat to WTS once we get to an away game. Damn, I would have liked to have ended on a home game. Second yellow card did indeed get his third win, sorry. So up to 15 points. Just closing up that gap down at the bottom just a little bit now. Beautiful stuff. I love Matt's formation. It's so unoptimized. I absolutely love it. Have fun and just see what happens. Oh, 04 absolutely destroyed Lujo. 4-1 is a big result. Okay, it looks like Lujo's problem is Erling Haaland is the only player scoring goals for him. Zims with a 5-1 win over Big Robbo. RDF beats Munu. Work the space, we saw his late winner there. Mackwell almost to 2 goals in injury time from Mackwell turned what was looking like a comfortable win for Clates into a not comfortable win anymore. And I think it looks like Manny's had to drop out as well, as he's not his isn't. I wonder if I don't know if I've actually seen him. Yeah, no, I have seen him there. He is. I wonder why he's not highlighted. He seems to still be about in the channel. So end on and away, and then you can reset the FM luck to win your home game and carry the momentum up to top 8. I like your thinking. Mr. Momo Man. Beautiful stuff. Right, so a home game. It's going to be no Richardson, but that's fine. Because we have you to come in. Cristante comes back in. Osman comes in as well. We're going to give Osman the Beto role. Otherwise, I think we run with what we had there. What was Jonathan Tarr's rating in that last game? I swear it said that his rating has been the same all the time. So every time he, like a 6.8 game comes off, he has a 6.8 game. Do wonder why I'm not getting form data. I did see that the other day, that we did have form data, but it seems to be really, really intermittent. I wonder if it's whilst waiting or something like that. Who knows? Mr. Kryptonic, you just watched the highlights of yesterday's Club World Cup. Crazy to see how Thiago Silva is still a rock in defence, even against these young and dribbly Chelsea boys. And their goalkeeper. I mean, like, they also had a 44-year-old goalkeeper looking sprightly and making great saves. It's crazy. Experience and winning the game really is worth so much. Absolutely. So, Dean Basis, do we still have another hour? Or are we calling it early? So they've said 2 more games. So we should have another. That should probably the speed we've been going. We're probably looking at maybe about another 45, 50 minutes or so. But you never know. It only takes one long round, one really, really tight game for that to change around a little bit. So we've got our game against Arturay. We owe him for last time out. A 2-0 defeat away from home, where we played quite well. We played pocket dogs with that one as well, so we will stick with that. The guy was 44. Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, he is 4 years older than me, and just watching him dive made me hurt. I genuinely find it astonishing. Yep. Yeah, we're not going to make any other changes other than Osman. Oh. Daramy, Arasketa, Osman, Simeone, Beto, Osman. Don't overthink it. We've made the change. We will deal with it. So Mr. Momo Man's got to pop off. You've got your Arias finished. Fabulous. Have a wonderful evening, my dude. Enjoy your dinner. Bill Houdini says there was a new SI thread about people asking how to play with your skin. I tried to help a bit, but it's cool that more people are appreciating it. That's great to hear. I will try and pop on in over to the. Well, actually, I was going to say after this stream happens, I am going to be completely honest. Once this stream finishes, I am going to bed because we were up doing the thing with Tony last night. Then I had a delivery at 6 a.m. this morning, and because we started earlier, I didn't want to risk a nap and completely oversleeping. So I will be going to bed as soon as this ends. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to look forward to checking that out and see if I can help a little bit. Ladislav, massive fan. The keeper made his debut before any of the Chelsea team was born. That is crazy. That is crazy. McG, welcome in, my dude. You're 44, playing goal on a Sunday. Can still dream of being a professional player then. Absolutely. Just get yourself out to Brazil and you could be playing in the Club World Cup, potentially. Like, I genuinely, as I said, I find it incredible that you are playing in goal at 44. Almost offensive, McG, if I'm honest, Stop flaunting your relative health. Disgraceful. No, that is sensational. Good work, sir. Good work indeed. Oh, right, okay. So, you know what I was saying about I thought Manny had gone? Apparently he had a random disconnect. He lost power, but now he's back. So, there we go. My word, that's me being observant. That's a rarity. That is a rarity indeed. Did it finish 4-0, by the way, in the England game? Or was there more drama? And what was... I was going to say, what was the Wales result? They're not playing till 8 o'clock. Yeah, keen to see. What do people... If there's any F1 fans in as well, what do people make of the Christian Horner news? We've lost Christian Horner, as well as a couple of other people behind the scenes from Red Bull Racing. That seems like a surprise mid-season. Kryptonic's 25 and bouncing from injury to injury. You hope you can still jump with 44. I mean, I hope for you, Kryptonic, that the injuries get better and that they stop coming. But yeah, I completely feel that. I'd like to jump at 40. That seems unlikely. So Artes says, you feel like players from Brazil can play longer considering the culture around health in many places. There's a Japanese player in his 50s, I think. There is indeed. Miura. I think there's, like, obviously you've got Cristiano Ronaldo as well and Lionel Messi playing long on into the later part of their careers too. And certainly not just about a cultural thing, but also about the technology and knowledge we have now to make sure that we can look after our bodies better and nurse them through careers, I'm sure also plays a part. So McG, it used to be you'd be sore for a day. Now it's around Thursday by the time I feel better. It's only through stubbornness and stupidity that I carry on. I mean, keep up that stubbornness, keep up that stupidity. It's clearly working out. That's beautiful stuff. Absolutely incredible stuff. Kazu is pushing 60 now. He's got to be what, 50? Because in my head he's 56, but that might be the age he's at the start of FM, which would mean he's around 58 now, which would be crazy. So here we go, up against Arta. Let's have a look to see. We are going to say relax. We're going to tell them that we trust them, and then we're going to pop on into the game. So it's Loftus Cheek, it's Osman who've come in for this game. There we've got a 3-5-1-1. Now, Jonathan Klaus had a very, very good game against us last time. We identified early on in the game that he was getting a lot of the ball. We put some special instructions on him, and he just completely and utterly breezed through us. So let's see what's happening. We've got, oh, okay, 4 seconds in, but then we're waiting for, it's not even saying paused by, so evidently the game just decided to start before he's ready, which is very, very cool. So on the track, you think it's a bad choice, but off the track, it's most definitely the right decision. I agree with that 100%. G&G, it's been coming a while. Delaying it has cost them some important people like Nui, Wheatley, Jonathan Wheatley as well. 100% agree. McG doesn't jump. I complete dives in 3 to 5 working days. That's the way it's got to be. That sounds exactly the way it should be. So Kazu is 58 now. There we go. I was right. 56. Add 2 years. Well, hey. Red Bull should have happened ages ago, like the reason that Nui is gone and probably too late to keep Verstappen. That's what I don't understand. I don't understand it happening in this point of the season. And that's got to be a penalty, ref. The referee says no foul. What on earth do you mean it's no foul? Come on, VAR. That's corruption of the highest order. Clearly a penalty. Clearly a penalty. What is the highlight going to be, though? Here is Mari. Not confident going past this man. That's understandable. I don't want him doing anything stupid. He's going to play it into El Maserati. It's Torre now. Cross to Osman. Osman plays it in. Loftus Cheek. Is he onside? The flag has stayed down. The flag has stayed down. Ruben Loftus Cheek What a star. What a star. Loftus Cheek. I should do this more often. That every time we score, we bring up a little bit of information about him. It was a cheeky little pass. Exactly, nickname. Very, very good, sir. Very good. Here we go, trying to play it through. Damn, he's in behind. Osman picks it up. Osman? Is there a flag? There's no flag. Victor Osimhen.
Honestly, I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Oh, get in, Victor Osimhen, justifying our decision to bring him in for Beto. Beautiful stuff. LMAO, welcome in, by the way. This is not a publicly available skin. It is available to patrons, but it is a draft version. Well, it's not a draft version of the Musterman Iconic. It's a draft only skin that is based around the FM24 screenshots. So Kryptonic, you read that Horner had too much power in the team, didn't want to give positions away. Jos Verstappen hates him too, and they hope to keep Max now as he is team helmet Marco. Indeed. So, I mean, it's whether it's enough to keep Max, because I mean, like, if you're Max, surely even if they replace Christian Horner with someone else, you can't feel confident about the whole package that's been surrounding the team, because you look at the other car, you look at how much Lawson struggled, how much Tsunoda is struggling, how they both have scored points with the Red Bulls, with the RB racing cars. And if you're Max, you've got to say, look, the team that are here have been crap. They've shown that they can't replace Adrian Newey. So why would you suddenly feel confident they're going to be able to replace Newey and Wheatley and so forth now that Horner's gone? So yeah, if I'm Max, I'm bolting either way. Right, Diarra with the corner. Torre's the target at the far post. Torre gets there and he heads it over. So never mind, just read it. Yeah, there we go. LMAO indeed. So Ladislav, you saw a report that they were unhappy with the Perez contract extension, which cost a lot of money to terminate. But then why didn't they do the same to Horner at the end of last season? Right, here's Daramy. Is he going to run at his player? No, he's going to find Osman. Osman's first touch gets away from the man, takes a shot, feeds Simeone. Simeone, is there an offside there? The flag has once again stayed down. It's taking so long.
Don't you want Simeone to score? Don't you need Simeone to score? Wouldn't you love Simeone to score? You better get Simeone to score.
Oh, isn't that a thing of beauty? A thing of beauty indeed. Kryptonic would ditch Red Bull as soon as possible if you was Max. Exactly. Also the fact they lost so many key members, as mentioned above, that's fair. Diarra standing over the free kick. He finds Mari. Mari's tackled. Now Simeone's in acres of space. There's no doubt about that one.
Don't you want Simeone to score? Don't you need Simeone to score? Wouldn't you love Simeone to score? You better get Simeone to score.
This is brutally harsh on Arta. There is no way that we deserve to be 4-0 up, but we'll take it. And Bento rescues us, a great save at the near post. That should have been 4-1. Lucas Perry has touched the ball, well, 3 times now. Before that, he touched it 2 times, of which one of them I assume was the save that he'd made, which is truly cool. What is the Red Bull driver lineup if Max leaves? That's a good question. I mean, G&G suggesting Max and Toto at Mercedes. Is that going to be a penalty? Could it be a red card as well? Oh no, Arta. Oh, this is brutal. Horner and Hamilton at Ferrari. Drive to Survive's dream. That would be crazy. That would be absolutely crazy. Simeone on a hat-trick. You donkey. Bless him. Quan, welcome in, my dude. Finally figured out how to win games consistently. We're okay at home. That's the trick. All we need is to play as many games at home as possible. Here is Norden. He's going to play it inside to Stones. Stones finds a courier into Kolomani. Now Adams pulls one back. Absolutely no doubts about that. A beautiful finish right into the corner. Is the comeback on? Is the comeback on? What's happening feels like watching Germany versus Brazil. It's the power of being at home. Adams, what's a beautiful finish. Just so calmly slotted into the corner. McG says the problem seems to be that they designed the car around Max so much it leaves it all up to him to win things. Has nobody to back him up. Absolutely. Zakaria takes aim from distance. It's come to Lucas Piton. Lucas Piton forces a great save out of Bento. Can we drop down a little bit? Let's just get through to halftime, lads. 4-2 at halftime, and this is suddenly a very, very different game. But at 4-1, we can perhaps look to hold on and see things out a little bit. Simeone felt bad about the score, didn't he just? What a gracious man that he is. Russell to Red Bull if Max goes. I mean, that seems like such a stupid decision that I could believe that Russell would make it. Well, I'm happy. We're gonna say we're happy. We are going to. We don't need to drop the tempo. So just us being down at balanced, I think, might be okay. And then we can push back up to attacking if needs be in the second half. As I expect, Arta will throw everything at us. I say I really like his team. I think they've got some really, really good players. So I don't expect it to be an easy second half by any stretch of the imagination. I think we might be bracing ourselves a little bit. So Lasav, you don't know why we would want to go exactly that. I think he'd get a better seat at Aston or Cadillac. I mean, he could get a better seat at Sauber. No, that's maybe a little bit harsh. And maybe even Audi. There were links there a few years ago. Fair enough. Welcome in, Groggle Fuzz. Glad you love the tactic. It's very similar to what we actually use down at in our regular save here on Twitch with AC Milan. Oh, Torre can't quite get it on target. Loops over. Now, Torre had to duck. He's 6'8". He properly had to crane. He's probably hurt his back just going for that header. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get the guidance on it. So we're seeing early part of the second half. Are we seeing much coming here? We've got a 4-2-2-2 now. I want to do that and cancel out to get an updated momentum graph, and it is very much in Arta's favour. So we're going to just pop up a little bit positive. Let's be a little bit less passive in that regard. See if we can maybe take back a little bit more control. Of course, if we can force a turnover deep, that would be absolutely great. But we don't want to overcommit and create space in our back lines, because here's Stones playing it forwards to Neymar, who has so much space. Neymar now is going to go and attack the space out wide, feeds Kolo Muani into Piton. Neymar now over the top. Aiko Adams, that could have been the second. Was he onside? No, he wasn't. He was offside. Spares his blushes, as the commentary often says in those situations. They do get a corner, though, immediately after. Sent in at them. No. I'm not having this. I am not having this. I am not having this at all. There is something going on. Are we really dealing with every single player having near post corners apart from us? This is too coincidental, right? Obviously, take that with a pinch of salt. I'm not actually suggesting people are cheating or anything like that. If that is just me being a moany bastard, I don't mean it. Don't accuse anyone of cheating. Right, 70 minutes. We are going to ring the changes, and those changes are coming in the form of Kulusevski on for Dami. Dami's played really well, but I think he deserves a little bit of a rest. And I think we're going to bring Simakan on as well. So we're going to shore up that side that Neymar was on and had loads of space. We'll drop Kulusevski down to a less attacking. Okay, I need to pause because it keeps on resetting them. Right, Kulusevski, Simakan. Going to try and drop that tempo. And there we go. Let's see if those changes will be made. Like, Art definitely should have scored in this second half. That's a Kryptonic with a hot take. You could see Red Bull picking up Nico. Feels a bit like before they got Perez, where Perez had a good streak of outperforming his car, needing a new driver. That's fair. That's fair. A Bento makes another good save. Now Arthur has had more shots. He's been absolutely a rotten, raw deal. Here we go. Can he get a second consolation goal? Lucas Piton sends it into the far post. Mari rises highest. Diarasqueta gets there. Can he hold the ball up well? He can indeed. Goes back nice and safe into Loftus-Cheek. Once onto Diarasqueta. Inside to Osman. There we go. Playing it in the order I want it to, but Simeone doesn't really bother trying. Simeone doesn't want that hat-trick. And here comes Arta. Pompez FC with Norden. Cuts inside. Finds Neymar. We step up there. Simakan got sucked in. And now Piton has all the space. Piton to Neymar. Neymar Bento with another save. Oh, Lord and Saviour Bento. Krypton, unsure how tidy is the Audi product, though. That's fair. And Neymar trying to orchestrate a comeback again. It's what he does. It's what he does. You think Meki's coming from V-Carb could mean that Hadjar Lawson joins Tsunoda? Do you think that Lawson would take the step up? Do you think that Lawson would feel, or do you think Lawson might prefer staying at the sister team? We got the win. That is a very, very fortunate. Well, no, we were brilliant in that first half. We were brilliant going 4-0 up, and then the pressure came thereafter. So we kind of got ourselves in the position which counts for something. So Ladislav reckons Tsunoda Hadjar at Red Bull and Lindblad Lawson at V-Carb is your prediction, but you could see any of them for Red Bull next year. Well, if Max leaves, that is. I think he stays. That's fair. That's fair. The Lujo is saying something about corners. I'm just going to write in the Discord for a moment. Let's pop in to that game. Top Nick against Luke is very, very finely posed as well. Poised. Finely poised is the word I was going for. So apparently we've scored 8 goals from corners. We are 6th place currently, but there are Work the Space 16, Manny 9, FC Pomps 9, FC Clates 9, Big Robbo 9, and then so there's a big gap between Work the Space and everyone else. Can Omega Luke mount a comeback here? Benjamin Sesko in the 72nd minute hauls him to within 1 goal. So Supreme Kwan, pronounce Ladislav Almasi fan name, please. Ladislav Almasi fan name? Ladislav Almasi fan. Is there? Am I doing something wrong? Am I doing something wrong, Kwan? Kryptonic also thinks he'll stay until 26 and wait for the regulations and what team has the highest potential for more titles. I mean, there is certainly value to waiting. Fair enough. Fair enough. I say, if I'm Max, I'm hot-tailing out there as soon as I possibly can. It's a win for Nick RTF. Playing at the end of the game with no strikers whatsoever, understandably. Fighting to keep that win. And now we've just got Work the Space finally. Is it kicking off? I wish I could show you everything behind the scenes, eh? See all the drama as it unfolds. Oh no, just trying to pronounce myself. Oh, don't judge off my pronunciation whatsoever. I mean, the good thing with Almasi is he's a striker, so he should be able to find highlights where the commentators say their names, which is, means I've got no excuse for pronouncing it wrong for sure. It is statistically significant indeed. It is. Bizarrely, I am likely to defend. Could it be? So it's a player and not a team. It is indeed. Ladislav Almasi is a Slovakian big boy striker. He's, I think, at the start of FM, he's around 22 or so. Might be a little younger, might be a little older. Playing in the Czech League, Polish League, Austrian League. He's not playing in the Slovakian League, I don't think. Drama in the league. I'm shocked. Shocked, I say. No comment. Again, no comment. No comment at all. Max's buyout is 100 million. Would make that back on him easy. I mean, yeah, like, how many teams would be willing to give Max a 100 million bonus just to activate that and so forth? So it is the Czech Republic. Is that Banica Strava? There we go. Thank you, Ladislav Almasi fan. And we've got Nick talking smack as well in the that's why I don't show the who needs to talk smack. Let's all have fun and love and peace and all that malarkey. He's currently on loan in Hungary. How's he getting on there? How's he getting on there, most importantly? And so here we go. What does that do? Does that jump us up potentially maybe to 13th? Could we dream of 13th? That would be quite bold. I mean, sure, we're not going to win the game away. We're not winning games away from home, let alone against Work the Space. But we can absolutely enjoy these moments whilst we're riding high in potentially 12th. We're in 12th. How about that? Stop the count. Stop the count. And second yellow cards with another win. Up to 18 points. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. So whilst we're waiting for that, let's have a look. We did see that the problem we have is we can see how many goals are scored from corners. We can't see how many are conceded. I did go away. I did try and look to see if I could use stuff from the default skin to bring forward some additional stats, but sadly it doesn't work. But there we go. So we do have 8. We can't complain. I Work the Space on 16. Clates and Big Robbo on 10. Is there anyone with very few goals? Certainly worth checking. The lowest is 3 for Munu in second yellow card. So they do have a 5th of the goals of Work the Space. I think it is perfectly reasonable for them to suggest there is something going on. So you missed the league table. Where are we? We're 12th. We're 12th, Quan. Sensational stuff. We have a 33% win rate, which is pretty much all we can ask for. The 3 draws certainly help us out. That keeps us just ahead of that 1 point per game metric that I'm really kind of holding on to. We are currently 6 points off the top 8 spot, but we have just had 2 home games back to back. That means that we're going to have a moment where we have 2 away games back to back, and we're probably not going to look so good. Our away form has been atrocious. We got a win against second yellow card. We got a draw against Munu. Oh, we got a win against RDF as well away from home. So in that run, we had some good results, but otherwise we've lost every other away game. So very, very little expectation in that regards. He scored 0 goals in 11 matches. The loan is over. I forgot what month we were in. Fair enough. Fair enough. Not well. Not well. We need top 8 minimum. Quan, I admire your optimism, but I don't know if you were here for the beginning of the last stream of the league. We've done the maths. As far as the starting 11s go, we have the worst team in the competition. 8th is completely out of the question. We can hope for it, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So Richardson comes back onto the bench. We're going to look at the same formation we've seen before. We're gonna stick with it. We expect, I would expect that a little bit like Arta had to deal with in the last game. I have a feeling this could be 4-0 at halftime. Could very, very easily be 4-0 at halftime. I will be bitchy about corners. Oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have said something. Now loads of people are typing. Oh no, controversy. They're saying that they've selected near post in the wizard. Oh, drama. Drama. That is shocking. We weren't told to pick. Oh. Oh, we won't show us where our attacking one is, but yeah, I think we're sending ours to the far post, but also some to the edge of the area. Null and void. I think I get all the points. I think that's just how it works. Kev just wants us to all agree that Jack's cheating as usual and move in. Indeed. Yeah, so this I expect is going to be a pretty rough game. He's got no Rashford in the starting lineup from the looks of things. Rashford we have seen playing out there quite a bit. Talisca starting up front. Luis Diaz, Gabriel Jesus, Badius, Chile, Kimpembe, Zuma. Interesting. I would have thought... yeah, actually, no, you don't want Badius, Chile out on the left, do you? Because I don't think he's got great agility. Shimakash, Livamento, Basuma. Lots of energy and mobility. Sigwizzy P saying most assistant managers, set piece coaches would suggest near post anyway. Potentially. It's coincidence though, right? It's coincidence that everyone apart from ours seems to have suggested near post. But you know, it's worked out all right. We've scored 8 goals, so genuinely can't complain. Let's see, where is Jack in a room? He is not. I will once again pop into a thingy what's it though. And then if he wants to come and join, he certainly can. Right, and this is meant to be the last game of the session. So some people have to get off for the Club World Cup coverage. I think they're doing stream-alongs or something else. I'm not entirely sure. We can have, hopefully, though, Z will keep the lobby open, the save up for a while, so we might be able to have a chance to look through our players in terms of their performance. Right now, we probably could, to be fair, but generally speaking, I've not wanted to stop in between games so that we can move on at a reasonable pace. But then we can maybe try and diagnose whether, you know, Daramy should be starting. He's been good the last couple of games. Whether James is 6.9 over the last 3 games is good. Why Jonathan Tah is struggling as well. See if we can do that. So why not everyone select mixed deliveries? That is a very, very good suggestion. Welcome in, Apax. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing, my dude? Who do you support? Who are you playing with in FM? I asked that. I mean, no obligation whatsoever to respond. Feel free to lurk. We are going to once again just say no pressure, guys. Chill, relax, embrace the absolute spanking that is coming your way. As WTS, as expect, there aren't any surprises there. Rashford is available, so it's not through suspension. He's not there. He's on the bench. And we've got hot pink against blue and pink. And we can see what happens. Hopefully we can not embarrass ourselves too much. He says, we know what's coming. Look at that press. That is horrible. Monterisi's touch is heavy. That's okay, because Loftus-Cheek is able to get 3. We play it out. Arrascaeta, can he force it across? Look out to your left. Maserati, switch out. No, okay. Simeone's in behind. Badiashile clears. Only as far as Daramy, though. Can Daramy swing it in? He can. Arrascaeta is not going to get there ahead of Areola. I do wish we'd moved the ball out to the left-hand side there. We had Arrascaeta over. I know that it would have been very difficult for Al Maserati facing that way to be aware, but there was so much space out wide. And now here comes Diaz. Tsimikas on the overload. Tsimikas now with a low cross, and Monterisi turns it into his own goal. Bugger. Well, that's a good start, hey? Tsimikas gets to the byline. His cross is low. Monterisi just can't sort out his feet. It rattles off him into the near post. We are going to take play out of defence, though, because that press looked very, 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 very scary. This could be anywhere from 0-1 to 6-7. Kryptonic, my guess, I have a feeling this is going to finish somewhere around 5-0 or 5-1. We are very, very bad away from home. We haven't settled on anything here really at the moment. Now, Pocket Dogs did work against Jack at home, but we have home advantage there, and we still lost that game. As Simeone, the flag's up. The flag's up. It's not going to count. Boo. 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 Right, Loftus-Cheek swings it in. Simeone is onside. Simeone's onside. Oh, ref. Disgraceful. It was Osimhen who was offside, and Osimhen didn't go for the ball. Right, we've got a throw in here. Daramy gets it, finds Maserati. He's got to go back to Tar, surely. He does. Tar swings it in. Livramento gets there. Arrascaeta, edge of the area. It's curling, but not enough. Just wide. Maybe a little bit high as well. So Kryptonic, I'll shoot. I just watched the last 2 home games. Had a pizza to eat before that. Look, don't blame you. Don't blame you. Welcome back. What pizza did you go for? What are your toppings of choice? It better have been pineapple. Right, Zuma. Back to Badiashile. Badiashile all the way back to Areola. He finds Kimpembe. That's where our trouble is, I think, defensively. Look at Nkunku and Gabriel. They come forwards. Our defence don't know what to do, but Bento is able to claim. We've said don't play out of defence. So don't do anything silly. Just hoof it to the Arrascaeta. He knocks it down. Loftus-Cheek cuts inside. That was nice. Zuma nibbles away at him. Daramy's in behind. Daramy. There's no taking that one away from us. No. Absolutely disgraceful. Not content with kicking cats, Kurt Zuma kicks Loftus-Cheek, but we carry on anyway. Mohamed Daramy with the equaliser. Toppings today, tuna, onions, corn, garlic. Not recommended if you plan to meet anyone the day after. Yeah, but if you plan on meeting someone you really hate. Here's Tsimikas looking to make it 2-1. His shot is blocked. We can't get it clear. Diaz goes down. Nothing saying about a penalty. And Simeone comes away. Could we counter? Simeone's got to hold it up until he finds Osimhen. Back to Al Maserati. Osimhen now. Osimhen takes aim from distance. Not much power behind it. Areola gets down low to his left. Tips it behind for the corner. Would have taken something special to score from there. Arrascaeta was going to take that corner. He's going to swing it into the far post. Torre rises. Torre heads it over the bar. Random flock of seagulls. There was a little bit there. I might have hit one of the Milan goal celebrations. Right, Simeone knocks it down for Loftus-Cheek. Loftus-Cheek finds Osman. Osman caught on the ball, but it falls to Loftus-Cheek once more. We having a few chances now. We really need to take advantage whilst we're playing well. Daramy to Mizrahi. Mizrahi cuts back inside. Just goes safe and home. Now Touré's got space. Not a player you necessarily want on the ball, so he finds Arrascaeta. Loftus-Cheek fires it from distance. Areola punches it over. Again, not necessarily much power behind that shot. Would have taken something rather special to score. Arrascaeta in. Jonathan Tah now wins the header at the far post, and it is sadly over. Sadly over once more. Another highlight starting with us. Now, throw-ins. That could be a highlight for anyone, to be fair. I would like Arrascaeta to score. I don't get enough use out of the Billie Eilish song, so I want to get as much mileage out of it as we possibly can. But we're going down the right hand side instead. Here's Daramy. Daramy drives in. Simeone tucks it away. Is there a check? There is no check.
Don't you want Simeone to score? Don't you need Simeone to score? Wouldn't you love Simeone to score? You better get Simeone to score.
Don't you want Simeone to score? Don't you need Simeone to score? Won't you like Simeone to score? You better find Simeone to score. I can't remember what I changed I can't remember the lyrics at all, but that doesn't matter. Now you have to park the bus, says Morin. No, we keep on going. We maintain momentum as much as we possibly can. We'll see what changes Work the Space makes though, because we know that when he goes to the 4-2-3-1, we are going to struggle. And if he changes between the 4-2-3-1 and 4-4-2, we're going to end up in this weird situation of ourselves swapping between multiple formations, but with more sizable changes. He's gone to a 4-2-3-1 right on cue. And so I'm afraid we need to respond, but I'm sure they're going to score before we get to do so. Here comes the cross. Mizrahi, Diaz, Bissouma, and Kunku out to Tsimikas. Tsimikas, there we go. That's exactly what we see happen. We knew it was coming. So in a 3-4-3 with these guys here, we're going to use this. Monterisi is going to have to play there, and we're going to go with something like that. It could go wrong. It could go very wrong from here, unfortunately. Up and on. I'm not going to jinx it. Oh, Gogglefuzz classic, isn't it? Isn't it such a shame? But there we go. A voice of an angel, a fallen angel for sure. Tsimikas reaching forwards from fullback. When things go difficult, switch to the good old trusty 4-2-3-1. You certainly can't go wrong there. And now momentum is very much in their favour. I imagine that's going to pop up a little bit to be all pink now. Go and see the analytical data there. Oh, we can't see momentum. It's weird that momentum isn't one that's shown at that point. We're going to be positive though. We're going to be positive. We are going to pop to our lovely little thing here. Let's double check against the 4-2-3-1 away from home. Actually, maybe we've got the Vinegar Strokes 4-3-3-4-3 in there, right? Yeah, we do. Loftus-Cheek, Daramy, Monterisi. Do we want to bring off Monterisi? He's not really able to play that position, and that would see us bring on Oliveira, and that way we can still switch to a back four potentially. I feel a little bit better about that just as a general setup. So let's go into the second half and see how it goes. Before this comes up, let's see. Yeah, okay, not there's only 2 bars of pink. And the bar that shows like the 2 minutes of injury time and 1 minute so far isn't something we can go on. But Diarasqueta is in behind. Diarasqueta, he's not having a good session. Darami's informed. Diarasqueta missing another big chance. But he gets to take the corner. He's going to swing it in to that far post. Areola comes out, claims nice and comfortably. Another good chance for us there. I just want to keep a updated view of the momentum there. It's okay. Look at Zuma. That's a foul yet again. The cat kicker is getting away with it. Martinelli sends it forwards. That's bad defending. Talisca. Oh, that should have been 3-2. He could have carried that on. What awful defending. But it's by Torre. Torre is a shit defender who's just very tall. He's only scored 1 goal though. He's won a lot of headers at the far post, but he's only scored 1 goal. Right, Talisca's off. Tammy Abraham is on after that miss. That's understandable. Here we go with Simeone. He's the man we want in the box right now, really. Loftus-Cheek gets saved by Areola. Oh, that was a good chance. And now Abraham comes away with it. Tammy Abraham going to go it alone, possibly. No, Jonathan Tarr comes along. Welcome in, Hossam. How you doing, my dude? Lovely to see you. I'm doing very well. Armenio. So this is a draft-only skin. It is not publicly available, but is available to Patreons. But it's draft-only, so it has very limited application, I'm afraid to say. Here we go. Livramento with the throw in. Kondogbia to Martinelli. Martinelli plays it back to Livramento. Kondogbia, Basuma. It's a rash challenge for Simeone. That scared me a little bit. We cleared it, get it out there. But Badiashile now plays it forward to Shimikas. To Basuma. Now Rashford out in space. Rashford with a low cross. Loftus-Cheek cuts it out. Only as far as Shimikas again. Kondogbia back to Badiashile. Pressure is coming in this move. Kondogbia back to Zuma. All the way back. Oh, if we underhit that pass just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. We can see Nkunku's in behind. Bento, what on earth was that from Bento? The flag is up. The flag is up. Bento marked his own post and then dived out the way. That goal, thank God that is disallowed. We couldn't quite nick in there, and now we've got momentum in WTS's favour. We didn't take our chances when we had them. We need to make sure we keep them out. And Martinelli, I'm sorry, we need to react. And let's see what we've got going on now. We've had lots and lots of changes. Abraham, Rashford, Martinelli. Our change here, we need a 40%er for a 4-2-3-1 away from home. And that might be the Eskimo 3-4-3. So we're going to swap to the 3-4-3 here. Dowry, Loftus-Cheek, they swap round there. Deep line forward. We will go pressing forwards, deep line forward support. Arasqueta is now in that position there. And we don't have any specific marking settings up that we need to worry about there. Bento with a Banto dive. His audition for the next Superman role. It really did feel that way, didn't it? Morin, you're performing miracles with this team. I feel we are doing better than I would expect us to do, which is great. We could definitely do better. I think we could definitely do better, but we are another shot off the bar. Awful defending. Just completely not paying attention. Now Simeone though, what can he do? He beats his man, and that's Kurt Zuma. Send him off. That's 3 of the worst fouls I've ever seen from Kurt Zuma. Right, here comes the changes. Now with a mind to trying to change things up positively rather than being reactive. So Maserati, Richardson, Beto is... Yeah, we'll go with that. Oh. Darren was injured whilst we were making the change. That is very frustrating. So Kulu's going to come on as a wingback. James. No, he's not. we're going to run with that. Does that count as an extra? Do we have a substitution window left? That's the only possibility for taps. 2-2. We've got a corner. Kulusevski's going to take it. Going to send it. Tar doesn't get there. Martinelli gets it clear. And here's Rashford coming away with it. We've got... Oh, no. They've got 4 forwards. No one's stopping Rashford. Rashford off the bar again. Martinelli sends it across. What on earth was that, Bento? Oh, my days. Oh, shocking series of defending there. Is the only thing I can say. Simeone's coming off. Beto is going to play as a poacher. We're going to pop you in that role. We're going for it. We are still going for it nonetheless. Into injury time. Can we get a late goal? Can we? We can't. We get a 2-2 draw though. We get a 2-2 draw, which will just about count. So anyone else notice that Lujo scored 4 corners in one game? Has he now? Controversy abound after saying that. We didn't play as well, but I'm happy with the result. I'm very much happy with that result. We certainly can't knock that whatsoever. Beautiful stuff. We finish on a 3-game unbeaten run, which is good. And there is just the 1 game left going. Why did the keeper not use his hands? I don't know. Oh my God. WTS, all you is going to have a heart attack soon. Maybe both of us. Does Bento have 20 eccentricity? It feels like he might be. He's playing foosball. So Arte, if you were to have prep time, how would you build your squad from a fresh team of your own choice of players? So, I mean, I'd want to think of it thematically. That's the big thing, is that I don't necessarily have a strong idea on what I would have done, but I certainly would have wanted to have had a plan. So knowing that we're going to be playing up against the meta, and I knew ahead that we're not allowed to control set pieces, controversy aside. You know, the big boys thing was what RDF wanted to focus on. So I would have probably been looking at a lot of players that are very, very safe on the ball, probably picking a much more defensive lineup, and then looking at good ball carriers in the final third, being able to play a very, very counter-attacking game, really, really soak up pressure accordingly. And so that would have been involved around looking for players that have a lot of possession won, very low possession lost, and then in attacking areas having high dribbles. That probably would have been the approach, but not certain. Right, so Kryptonic's going to switch to the Club World Cup. Enjoy your evening. No worries at all. Thank you very much for dropping by, Kryptonic. And I'll say this is the last game of the session, so because I imagine a lot of people are going to be doing exactly the same. Thank you very much for the follow, Donny00. Welcome in. Really, really appreciate it. If you're comfortable chatting, who do you support or who are you playing with in FM? But no obligation to chat whatsoever. GNG, it's been a good run to end the session. It has indeed. 7 points right at the death there. Very, very nice. Very, very helpful. Be interesting to see where we finish potentially. Lelujo says, let's not look at that corner table again after that match. So Lelujo certainly acknowledging it. I do wonder whether, so if people were choosing near post corners at the set piece wizard, didn't look like what was said to be the approach. Whether that means that we can then go back through the wizard and change accordingly, because that would be quite nice for the second half of the season. Because I'd really like Isaac Toure to score some goals. Thank you very much as well. Have a wonderful evening. Blue P Maru, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow as well. Again, if you're comfortable chatting, please let us know who you support, who you're playing with in FM, but no obligation to do so whatsoever. After this game, whilst the session is going to end and people are going to go away, I'm going to try and stick in the game for a little bit. We're going to have a look at kind of player performances and see whether there's anything that we can kind of spot and be prepared for the next session as well, because we don't get many opportunities to do so whilst playing. And there we go. That is 5-2. That is surely game over now. Neymar firing across Livakovic. Arta ending the session on a high. So Bloopy, you support Chelsea, but currently on a Lyon save, trying to get them back up. Superb. How do you feel about your chances in the Club World Cup? Are you happy to be in the final, or do you not really care about the competition that much? Husam, aside from Twitch and YouTube, what do you do in real life, if you don't mind answering? So Husam, I am currently unemployed, frustratingly so. So at the moment, in between jobs, at 6-2. That is a cruel way to end. Mr. Grizzly P asks, favourite old school Intercontinental Cup match? That's a very, very specific question. I mean, not the best game, but the Ajax Juventus Champions League final back in the 90s. One of my first memories of intercontinental football. So that probably technically. Oh, the actual Intercontinental Cup. Fair enough. Yours was 2000 Boca versus Real. I don't think I can remember any Intercontinental Cup matches. At 6-2 that game finished. Arter was doing an Udinese rebuild. Save got corrupted. Has a guy who had a 197 PA you bought in from Brazil for 1 million. Chelsea fan. Fair enough. That's not bad. Not bad at all, eh? Romy Riquelme masterpiece. Gotta love Riquelme, eh? So you're just happy to see the team and new signings doing well, to be honest, not expecting much. Fair enough. What a great debut goal for João Pedro. Absolutely sensational. Nickname, gotta go. No worries at all. Thank you very much for dropping by, my dude. Really, really appreciate you. Have a wonderful, wonderful time. Cortiba, how many games have you lost today? We've only lost some. So we picked up tonight with the... Actually, we've only lost 3 games, to be fair. We lost against 04, we drew against Zims, we lost against Big Robbo, we beat Lujo, we lost to Brazilian Fury playing for Macwell, we beat Crew, we beat Arteray, and we've just drawn away from home against Work the Space. So a pretty decent session all in all. That's 9, 10, 11 points out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 24. Yeah, I'm pretty content with that. That's probably one of our better runs. So favourite show or movie, asked Hossam. A good question. A favourite movie would probably be Doctor Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. I'm a big sucker for satire. What's yours, Hossam? And for everyone else, what are your favourite shows or movies? Good question. And let's see. Okay, we've got a final bit here. So, only solution, it appears, is to kick WTS out of the league. That seems fair. Let's see what WTS's response to it is. Did we see any of WTS's set pieces, ironically? Doesn't it? That would be cool. Where does that leave us? 13th. Arteray jumps above us on goal difference. He's got a positive 2 goal difference. He deserves to jump above us. Whilst we sit on -8. Munu sits on -28 goal difference. My word, that is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Second yellow card has got another win. Second yellow card is on an absolute run. He is within 4 points of 17th, which is incredible. We are 6 points off 8th. That feels pretty good as well. So let's have a look at our players there. So we've got some answers coming in. Pulp Fiction from Mr. Grizzly P, a classic, as is The Godfather and Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Very, very different shows. Arter, a fan of Dexter. I've got to confess, I've never watched Dexter. I don't know if that's a bad thing. So Morin's best recent movie you've seen is Sinners. Would recommend that everyone check it out. I've heard a lot of good things about Sinners. G&G's a fan of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Grizzly, a lifelong Tarantino fanboy. Fair enough. I think I prefer Reservoir Dogs to Pulp Fiction. I find Pulp Fiction bounces around a little bit too much for me. But they are all very, very good films. Coritiba now. I'm expecting something a little bit unexpected from Coritiba. And your favourite film is either The Night of the Hunter or Right Now, Wrong Then. I am not familiar with either of them. So that counts as left field as far as I'm concerned. So Hossam likes documentaries, mystery, thriller movies. Your favourite show is Chernobyl. Fair enough, a good shout. Mr. Grizzly's favourite TV show is definitely IT Crowd. I mean, I love Richard Ayoade, so it's a fair shout, even if I don't like the person that wrote it. So currently speaking, we've got Sergio Rocher is got the better XGP out of our goalkeepers. But he was not quite so good when it comes to possession one. So Bento's proving to be a better sweeper whilst also having a good XGP. So that's a good sign. From our central defenders, I obviously don't have the win percentages in there. Oliveira isn't a central defender. Let's pop down. Simakan plays more at fullback. Gossens plays at fullback. Oliveira at fullback. Bowie at fullback. So Jonathan Tarr, reasonably safe on the ball. Not particularly good at winning possession. Quite active in pressuring. He's stepping out. Pablo Mari is tackling a lot. He's really not safe on the ball, but he is winning possession above average. A very similar look for Monterisi. They are players that have played at fullback as well. Simakan as a fullback or as a central defender isn't winning the ball much, which isn't great. Isaac Torre isn't doing much but winning his headers. That's what he's in the squad to do, so that's fine. Oliveira is proving to be quite creative, even if his average ratings aren't good. Maybe we need to persist with Oliveira a little bit more. In midfield, we look at Mizrahi, Cristante, Richardson as regular starters in defence midfield spots. Cristante isn't creating. Mizrahi isn't. So Cristante is more progressive than Mizrahi, but Mizrahi's winning more tackles. Seems to be very similar possession won, possession lost. Amir Richardson is dribbling. He's creating. He's not scoring. He's progressive. Loftus-Cheek is scoring, but otherwise quite similar. Better at tackling. Richardson's better at pressuring. So Richardson our pressurer. Loftus-Cheek our tackler. Mizrahi probably slightly ahead in that regard. As more of like a proper anchor. Our attacking midfielders, Kulu, Diarra, Daramy, look at that. Daramy's great. Arasqueta creating, scoring. Neither of them are dribbling much. Diarra is safer on the ball. Neither of them are pressuring much. James isn't doing much at all. So I think Daramy and Diarra going forwards, potentially. So other good shouts here. We've got a favourite show right now is probably Taskmaster. I love Taskmaster. A True Detective first season is good from Hossam as well. At DM basis, your favourite films are probably more likely something Takeshi Kitano related, maybe Zatoichi or the Outrage trilogy of films, but at the same time, The Godfather is just bloody superb. Now, I know The Godfather, so I can't make any comments on the others, but I do like to hear a lot more of the left field stuff. Amazing. So Lou, is this a view you can get on the regular Musterman skin, or is it a special feature of Musterman's person? Lou, this is draft skin only. Draft skins have to be completely separate entities to regular skins. So this was whilst playing around and only exists for draft. It is accessible to Patreons, but like it's only surface level. I've done player profiles, but I haven't done any of the like sub pages underneath it. So yeah, I wouldn't even recommend anyone signing up to the Patreon just for that. I think sign up for the Patreon for all the other awesome stuff, though. With our strikers here, Osserman's doing quite well from a creativity point of view. Underperforming, I think, from a scoring point of view. Beto's doing slightly better, but probably should be scoring more. Simeone's been brilliant. Simeone's been absolutely brilliant. Vind hasn't scored. He's only played 180 minutes. Not as creative, more progressive. I think Osserman stays up front with Simeone, which is, you know, quite reasonable. So Hossam asks, what's your favourite game plan? For example, counter-attack, possession, park the bus. So same to the question that was asked a little bit earlier, which is that I don't have a favourite. I like to explore different ideas. So Grizzly, once again, the person who's responsible for something I like is yes, that is always the way, sadly. Battle Royale is pretty high on your list, Grizzly P. Fair enough. If you like it, to recommend Alice in Borderland. I've not heard of Alice in Borderland. Something to look into. Fabulous stuff. Right, I think we're good to go there. So we are back tomorrow evening with AC Milan at 7 p.m. British Summer Time. That's 8 p.m. Central European Time. That is 2 p.m. Eastern Summer Time, Eastern Standard Time, the East Coast of America. It is 4.5 hours. It is 11:30 p.m. in India, I think, maybe. One of those. I'd love to see you guys across there if you can be. If not, no worries at all. We don't have confirmation on when the league will be next week, but I have a feeling it's going to be near the beginning of the week, potentially Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. I do update the schedule generally around a Sunday on Discord. So if you are interested in that, pop on over to the Discord where we chat nonsense, mainly about pineapple on pizza. YouTube, I'm going to say goodbye to you guys first. And then over on Twitch, we're going to raid out and send our love to some others. So YouTube guys, thank you so much for dropping by. And I hope to see you around. Take care.